Good morning, everyone. We'll wait and give folks here a chance to get seated. Welcome to everybody. So when my co-editors, Yuval Levin, Ryan Streeter, and I first began planning this book project 4 years ago, we spent a lot of time gaming out how to release the volume. So after running a series of what-if scenarios, we projected that we'd probably be ready in 2024. Further, our simulations suggested that an initial Biden-Trump debate would lead to a shakeup in the race, the incumbent president stepping aside, Vice President Harris becoming the nominee. Our sophisticated models indicated precisely that the first debate between her and former President Trump would occur on a date specific in mid-September. So back in the fall of 2020, we confidently scheduled the book release and this event for today, anticipating that it would become the focus of the nationally televised presidential debate that would be held the following day. Unfortunately, Ryan misread the Tuesday that our model spit out for the debate night as Thursday, so here we are today, unfortunately. Ryan actually gets no blame for that or for the bad joke that has started the speech off. Okay, so it's no surprise that economic issues have featured prominently in the presidential campaign, including tariffs, immigration, rent control, price gouging, along with proposed tax cuts for parents, low-wage workers, housing developers, purchasers of that housing, small business startups, and health insurance costs. Slowed growth and the inflation of the past few years have tarnished voters' perceptions of the economy. Yet, new analyses of new Census Bureau figures released yesterday indicate that the household income and the earnings of middle-class men and women over the past 5 years have sat at all-time highs. Poverty and child poverty have reached all-time lows. Notwithstanding the recent bout with inflation, the American economy continues to be an unsurpassed engine of growth and living standards. Meanwhile, the latest research from Raj Chetty and his colleagues on intergenerational mobility offers a striking contrast to this success. While most commentary on the study has understandably celebrated the narrowing of the mobility gap between blacks and whites, among children generally, upward mobility out of poverty actually fell over the last 15 years. This was true among both girls and boys. Other research suggests that little change in upward mobility over the past half century, and black children remain much less likely than white children to achieve upward mobility. In the debate last night, we did not hear anything about the student absenteeism crisis, learning loss from the COVID-19 pandemic, early childhood development, high college dropout rates, apprenticeships, the breakdown of the two-parent family, the impact of violent crime on kids, concentrated poverty, or safety net policy. Doing right by kids is a call to the nation, and to conservatives in particular, to prioritize the upward mobility agenda focused on the opportunities of children from poor families. When I created the Center on Opportunity and Social Mobility with my colleague Kevin Corinth, our intent was to build on and broaden the research of poverty studies at AEI, as suggested by the stubbornness of economic immobility, even as child poverty has declined. The policies necessary to increase upward mobility are unlikely to be the same as those that successfully reduce point-in-time poverty. The political left's focus in recent years on unconditional cash is not only unlikely to increase mobility, the incentives that come with no strings attached benefits are likely part of the reason that mobility remains too low. Progressives tend to worry too little about the effectiveness of government programs, the proper role of the federal government, and the cost of interventions. However, if progressive policies are unlikely to boost upward mobility, neither will those rates increase on their own. Conservatives rightly believe that many government policies get in the way of upward mobility, but many have been too willing to stop there. We need much more creativity on the right and much more engaged thinking if we're to expand the opportunities of poor kids. The contributors to Doing Right by Kids, who you'll hear from today, exemplify these virtues. Together, the policy proposals in the volume represent a wholly original conservative opportunity agenda. Taken together, the policies reflect the importance of rebuilding and leveraging social capital and of harnessing innovation, experimentation, and evaluation. Some of the ideas in the volume will be familiar and comfortable to conservatives, such as the emphasis on safety net reforms and the importance of two-parent families. Others are perhaps less so, including the fundamental challenges presented by early childhood inequalities and concentrated poverty. If we're to do right by kids, conservatives will need to apply our principles to problems that we have tended to leave for others. On behalf of my co-editors, I want to thank the contributors to Doing Right by Kids for their thoughtful work. I'd also like to thank the engaging and insightful discussants participating on the panels today, Kay Heimowitz and Charles Fane-Lemon of the Manhattan Institute, and Martin West of Harvard's Graduate School of Education. Thanks finally to the others who've made the volume's publication possible, including Tim Sprunt, Jesse Wall, Thomas O'Rourke, Sam Owens, Santiago D'Ambrosi, Lucy Green, Sydney Riley, Abby Gadara, Peyton Roth, Austin Dillon, Molly Ravinsky, Carrie Liu, Heather Hahn, the project's financial supporters, and AEI's editing, design, publishing, events, catering, and development teams. We'll have 3 panels today covering the chapters in the volume. The first will be moderated by Ryan Streeter, who is the Director of Domestic Policy Studies here at the start of the project, and is now Executive Director of the Civitas Institute at the University of Texas, Austin. That one will focus on place-based policies and safe communities. After lunch, we'll have our second panel on the family and the safety net. Kevin Corinth, Deputy Director of the Center on Opportunity and Social Mobility, will moderate that one. And we'll close the day with a panel on education, moderated by Yuval Levin, Director of Social, Cultural, and Constitutional Studies here at AEI. I hope you enjoy the event, and I'd like to call up Ryan and the first panel to start with.
Great, thank you, Scott, for the introduction and for your leadership on this project. I know it was a labor of love, and it's good to see all of you here this morning. It's good to see also, especially those of you who contributed to the volume and those who worked on it to get it across the finish line here. It's a great set of discussions that we're going to have today, and we look forward to diving right in. As Scott said, my name is Ryan Streeter. I'm the Executive Director of the Civitas Institute at UT Austin. But was until about a year ago, almost exactly right now here at AEI, and it's great to be back with not just former colleagues, but a lot of good friends, and always good to come back to the old building here. I'm joined by my able discussants here to talk about the role of place in mobility, in childhood outcomes, and look forward to diving in. I'm joined by Josh Crawford, a senior fellow at the Georgia Center for Opportunity. Thanks for coming up to be with us, Josh, and Charles Fane-Lemon, a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute, and John Lettieri, the CEO of the Economic Innovation Group here in Washington, all of whom have written a lot about these topics, done a lot of research on these topics, and have influenced the public debate on these important issues. So we look forward to getting started. The thing I wanted to do at the beginning, before we start getting into policy, I know we'll get into the details of policy analysis and all that, but I wanted to just kind of start at kind of a higher level on this notion of place just more generally, and to have each of you talk a little bit about how important you think policymakers should regard places when designing policy. This is one of those issues where the Overton window of the policy discussions has really kind of shifted a lot in the last 20 years. There's certain issues like that. I think of housing policy, which has been covered in the book. John, I know you write about it in your chapter. Where 20 years ago here in Washington, D.C., if we were having a conversation about affordable housing, which is in the news quite a bit these days, we'd be talking a lot about subsidies, tax credits for developers, subsidies directly to low-income families. And over the last 20 years, like, that debate has really shifted more to a debate about land use policy. And that started with the translation of research by people like Ed Glazer, who's a fellow here at AEI and an economist at Harvard, Joe Jerko at Penn, and others that really, whose research suggested actually the reason we're having problems with affordable housing is because of the way the rules of the game are written on the ground. And I think when it comes to this issue of place, we've gone through several iterations over time where there was a movement maybe 40 years ago, 35 years ago, to actually focus on places, and then there was a lot of consensus that actually trying to redevelop places, trying to make places better and improve actually has very bad outcomes, and so we moved away to thinking about just supporting people, supporting kids with vouchers. And now there's been this resurgence of interest in policies that are actually designed for places. And so there's a lot of debate and disagreement about this issue, and I think that's in the background of what we'll be talking about today. So I thought we should just put it to the foreground, and I'd like each of you just to talk a little bit at first, like when you think about how policymakers should be thinking of place, how important is it? What are your kind of macro thoughts on that before we dive into policy? If I could put my friend John on the spot, mainly because the Economic Innovation Group, if you don't know it, has been central in the development of the Opportunity Zone concept that was in the last tax reform bill. You've been doing a lot of work on that over the last 5 years or so, and I'm sure you have a lot of thoughts to kick us off with.
Thanks, Ryan, and thanks for hosting this event, AEI. Scott, thanks for your patience in the drafting of my chapter, which took longer than he expected. To your question about how policymakers should regard place, I think the theme of my chapter is that it should be at the centerpiece of how policymakers think about opportunity and social mobility, particularly when it comes to children. And that's because we have so much knowledge now that we didn't have 20 or 30 years ago about the effects that place have, in particular on the children who grow up in different types of neighborhoods. So places end up being either a springboard or a major barrier to achieving the American dream and achieving upward mobility. And if that's true, we at least need to factor in to other policy interventions the effect that place is likely to have. It's also important because we've learned along the way that relatively cheap interventions that are place-oriented can have a very sizable effect on the long-term outcomes for children. One example is in the selection of or the distribution of housing vouchers. When parents are informed that they could move to a certain neighborhood that has a better track record of upward mobility versus another type of neighborhood, you see a very massive jump in parents opting into those types of places as destinations to move, which is good on two fronts. One, it says we can actually do something about this challenge in terms of where children grow up. And two, that the kind of restrictions that we've traditionally assumed are the barriers, personal preference or even prejudice, are actually not the fundamental barriers to being able to find places and raise kids in places that are strong for upward mobility. And so I think for those reasons and others, it's important for policymakers to factor that in. We just know more today than we ever have, but unfortunately that knowledge has not yet translated into the actual policymaking process at any kind of scale. So I'd say the policy landscape has shifted, as Ryan said. There's much more of an embrace of place-targeted policies, but we're still far behind the social science on what works and what our policy toolkit should look like if we know what we know.
Great. Thanks. I'll just come on down the road. Charles, I'd be interested in your reaction to that or your thoughts just based on your work.
Yeah, sure. And I'll talk about this not exclusively in the context of social disorders, social dysfunction, and crime, which is what I focus on, although that's where I think I intersect with this panel. But I would make two brief points, and one is, in the context of the crime debate, but I think this is true elsewhere. In the space I work in, crime is often talked about in terms of these big aggregates. Crime is rising, crime is falling, murder is up, murder is down. There's sort of national figures. And the reality is that nobody lives at the level of the national aggregate. Everybody lives in a particular community, and whether or not crime is rising or falling in the nation is much less salient to me than whether or not crime is rising or falling in my community. I think the same thing obtains for some of the social factors we talked about today, public disorder, but also things like access to economic opportunity, access to education. You can't get very far looking at the aggregate figures. The other point that I would make vis-a-vis place is that, again, in the context specifically of social dysfunction, the way that I tend to think about it is that social dysfunction is a comparatively rare event. Living in a society, the status quo is that things are going well, and so social dysfunction almost always represents some discrete or particular failure, often localized to a particular place. In the context of crime, that can mean a particular shopping mall, a particular bar. And I think when you look at crime, disorder, social dysfunction in general, you find over and over again these concentrations, these hotspots, or areas where large fractions of the problems tend to concentrate. If you don't take the place-based perspective, if you just look at sort of aggregates and flows, you will miss that 80-20 phenomenon. And so, I think being aware that that dynamic of exceptions is what governs a lot of these phenomena is sort of a prerequisite of addressing them at all.
Yeah, good points. Then that we don't live in the aggregate's an important one, and then how you translate that into targeted policy is kind of a question. I'm reminded as you talk about that a survey we did here at AEI, the Survey Center on American Life that Dan Cox runs a few years ago, when we asked the questions, we had asked the varying questions about the American dream, we asked varying questions about identity, kind of in this age of identity politics, how people, what they weight the most when it comes to their identity. And it was kind of in a counterintuitive way, we found that on average, people across the spectrum of all demographics placed a greater weight on the community in which they live in terms of their identity, more than their racial or ethnic identity, which was almost surprising. When you live in the world we live in, you would think that just would be the exact opposite. But I think the sense that most ordinary people have as they're living their lives, they're very closely connected to where they are, even if they're not dwelling on it during the day. But when you ask them the question, that's kind of the response that they have, and I think that matters a lot. Josh, I know you've also focused a lot on this issue as it pertains to crime. When you think about this larger question of place as a subject matter for policymakers, how are you thinking about that these days?
Yeah, I'll echo a lot of what's already been said, which is that your place is your reality, right? And in the public safety space, we know that crime concentrates dramatically among a very small number of offenders in a very small number of places. It's typically about 1% of a city's population that is both gang affiliated and responsible for 50 to 70% of your violence. It's typically about 5% of one block street segments in a given city that's responsible for about 50% of total crime. And to sort of distill that down, I'll use an example from my hometown of Louisville, Kentucky. In 2021, the national homicide rate was just over 6 per 100,000. In my home state of Kentucky, it was about 9 per 100,000. So there's already about a 50% increase of homicide victimization just by being in Kentucky versus the nation as a whole. In Louisville, Kentucky that year, the largest city in the state, that rate was about 30 per 100,000. So your chance of victimization just by being in Louisville, Kentucky is considerably bigger than the rest of the state, considerably bigger than the nation. But in the Russell neighborhood of Louisville, Kentucky, the homicide rate was 194 per 100,000. So if you lived in the Russell neighborhood in Louisville, your chances of victimization were dramatically different than they were in other parts of the city. And that's your reality. If you're a resident of the Russell neighborhood, your reality is Russell's homicide rate, not Louisville's, not Kentucky's, not the nation's. And so when you think about the policies that are going to allow kids from the poorest families to move up the economic and social ladder, where they live is going to have a dramatic impact.
Yeah. So if we, that's a great point. And if we were having this discussion 20 years ago, we would probably be thinking about some policy solutions along the lines of school choice. We ought to give kids in that neighborhood the opportunity to go to a private school with a voucher, or to open a charter school that could be an option for them to kind of get their education there, and maybe increase our community policing or whatever kind of strategies we're going to use. But that's sort of a deficient solution, I would suspect. I mean, John, I'd like to kind of come down a level to this question of like, when you think about what makes a place successful, and particularly a successful place for kids to grow up, what are the building blocks there? I would suspect you would agree with the statement that's an instant, just to give a kid a voucher and to maybe increase policing to address the scenario that he was just talking about is probably insufficient. There's other aspects of place that must matter for policymakers that in ways that we weren't talking about even 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah. Obviously, safety is important, education is important. So there's a multitude of things that really do matter. In terms of upward mobility, what seems to matter quite a bit, based on Raj Chetty and other research that we're seeing recently, is what kind of institutions and what kind of networks kids are exposed to early on. So economic diversity is really important, and stable institutions are really important, including the institution of the family. Kids who grow up in neighborhoods, boys in particular, with a lot of fathers in the neighborhood, even if their own father is not in the home, tend to do better. And so there's a lot of insights we've gleaned now from that research. But I think that idea that policies that inadvertently or intentionally end up segregating and concentrating poverty and economic distress and institutional dysfunction in a place are the real killers of the American dream for children, and is often the barrier that creates the most challenges down the line for life outcomes of those who grew up there. So when we think about policy interventions, those that integrate economically communities, mixed income neighborhoods where you have the full spectrum of American life represented and stable institutions on top of that, those are the fertile grounds of the American dream for children. And as we think about policy interventions, those are some of the end states we should be aiming towards.
Yeah. What about, well, I don't know if either of you want to add to that question. When you think of like the building blocks that are kind of central to making an actual place, a neighborhood, a district of a city, in addition to what John said, if you have any thoughts there. I'm curious too about which of these building blocks are cultural, which of them are purely economic, and which are institutional in terms of the way the police do their job or the way other institutions are kind of structured. When you think about, like, if we're trying to come up with a list of ingredients that, you know, for a mayor to be concerned about or whatever in terms of these building blocks, you also have to raise those questions as well. So I don't know, Charles, when it comes to that question, what other sorts of things beyond what John said, and then also kind of what, you know, how do you kind of activate them?
I mean, I think you have to. I tend to think about it as cities can be in different equilibria, and what I mean by that is that failure is usually a self-reinforcing cycle, and success is usually a self-reinforcing cycle. Economic opportunity is sort of a very abstract term, but concretely it means there are places where people can work. There is access to capital. People can start businesses. Some of that is regulatory, a great deal of it is regulatory, but some of it is path dependency, where the absence of capital breeds the absence of capital, or can create adverse selection, driving out good actors and creating a better environment for bad actors. Again, in the context of crime, this is sort of the more nuanced articulation of the Burke-Windows theory. The key insight of Burke-Windows theory is not that there's James Q. Wilson, George Kelling's famous theory about crime and its causes. The sort of key idea of the Burke-Windows theory isn't really that there's a linear relationship between disorder and crime, that, you know, for every 1% increase in disorder, there'll be 1% increase in crime. It's that the reason that in the 1980s, when they were writing, America's cities had gotten so bad was because of this downward spiral, this feedback loop of a loss of social control, where people withdrew from the streets, and so bad elements became more dominant. So people withdrew from the streets, so bad elements became more dominant, and so on and so on. You get trapped in a bad equilibrium. And so I think, you know, identifying those states plays out across the policy space, but what you are often looking for is how do you shift from one equilibrium to another, rather than how do you make things, you know, better at the margins. That's really the characteristic. The problems become systemic in that sense.
Yeah, I think for me, thinking about public safety in this context, one of the things that makes it a little bit different than some other policy areas is that it is foundationally a responsibility of government. I think even the most ardent advocates of small government typically draw the line at sort of police powers and public safety. And so you're talking about an area in which government either provides a service or fails its citizens directly. Law enforcement is also the entity of government in which individuals are most likely to interact with in one form or another, be it getting pulled over for speeding, or being a victim of a crime, or seeing law enforcement you know, providing services at a football game kind of thing. And so there's this extension in which law enforcement is the most visceral extension of government that we interact with. And so if we provide public safety poorly, then it sort of allows this sort of general disservice or distrust of government, I think, to creep in. I think the other thing that's important in this regard is, for a long time, I think we have rightly thought about the reasons for improving public safety as being fewer victims, right? The purpose of the criminal justice system is first and foremost to apprehend, prosecute, and incapacitate those that commit crimes, and then to whatever extent possible, deter future crime. But that is a very sort of victim-centered way of thinking about public safety. It's an important way to think about public safety. But the larger impact that social disorder or a degrading of public safety has on a community are the people who are not directly victimized themselves, but alter their behavior, don't go outside after dark, have children who sleep in bathtubs or underneath beds because they regularly hear gunshots, and the impact that that has on behavioral and educational outcomes on kids, and ultimately in reduced upward mobility in kids. So it's not just those who are directly victimized that are impacted by that breakdown in order, but the entire community in which they find themselves with a high rate of violence.
Yeah. Since we're on this topic, I'd be curious to get y'all's take on just kind of the state of social disorder in cities right now. It's been a crazy last 4 years. Some of us have written about it. The post-summer of 2020 kind of mayhem, post-George Floyd, the pandemic combined together, journalists kind of woke up to the fact that people were flooding out of cities in California and stuff. Some of us have been looking at that a little bit before the pandemic, but certainly the dynamics there were unique. And I visited Portland not long after a lot of that, went downtown and saw what was happening there. I'm like, wow, this isn't the Portland that I remember. And was in even San Francisco just this summer, and the signs of decay and disorder are still present everywhere there. But it's kind of tough to cut through the public narrative about this right now. I mean, there's the issue of kind of crime hasn't subsided, or maybe homicides are down, but car thefts are up, or whatever. And when it comes to just the state of urban America right now, there's a narrative out there that there's mayhem. I mean, I heard just last night that illegal immigrants are eating our cats and dogs, apparently, which is incredible. I'm glad I don't own a dog anymore. I'm really glad, actually, because that frightens me. But I wonder, what's the state right now? I mean, when you think of how police departments have reacted, how cities, when it comes to funding or not, the police departments, when it comes to social order, where are we compared to where we were, say, in the end of 2019?
Yeah, so we've been on a bit of a roller coaster over the last 4 years as it relates to this. You had sort of vocal calls from those in elected office, and certainly from those outside of elected office, to directly defund the police. Then you had sort of defund the police light efforts around the country. And the way that movement was successful, and I sort of use that as a pejorative here, was sort of twofold. One was that they saw direct revocation or reduced budgets for law enforcement in certain cities, and you saw the consequences of that. The other was that it created this environment in a large number of cities in which early retirements skyrocketed, recruitment and retention has been far more difficult. And there was about a 2.5-year period where that was sort of the national trend. And then voters had an opportunity to voice some displeasure with that as a policy prescription. And a lot of these cities, mostly in word, but some indeed, have tried to have robust recruitment efforts around law enforcement, have backtracked on some of the bad policies that were enacted. And by policies, I mean both legislation at the state and local level, but also policy change through discretion, right? Like choosing to not, or choosing to remove law enforcement from a particular area by a police chief or a mayoral staff is not a policy change in the traditional sense that we may think of, but it has incredible effects on a community. And so what you've seen in some places, and again, this is one of the ways that place is really important, and again, not just at the city level, but at the sub-city level, that there are areas that disorder and what would rightly be called lawlessness are more prevalent today than they were 4 or 5 years ago. And you've seen some places in which it became more prevalent for about 2.5 years, and then policymakers started to think about those questions a little bit differently, make proactive efforts to restore order, and have been able to do so to a certain degree.
Charles, I know you've written about this even recently with respect to Washington, D.C. How are you assessing the landscape right now?
And I think D.C. is a microcosm of what you see in other cities. And it's interesting because, so all data about crime in the United States is terrible. Just terrible. And beyond what we talk about is the major crimes, the index crimes, homicide, aggravated assault, rape, robbery, burglary, theft, technically arson, but nobody counts that one. Beyond those crimes, it's really hard to get information. You sort of look at the municipal level. That said, so I would echo what Josh is saying about hiring and about police staffing levels, although I think, in some senses what happened in 2020, 2021, 2022 was an exacerbation of an ongoing trend that is only going to get worse because we're going through, 25 years ago, we spent a huge amount of money doing hiring. 25 years is the length of a police career, and so now that boom of hiring is ending. And so employment is going to continue to decline. Everyone's going to keep fighting. All municipalities are going to keep fighting over the same shrinking stock of officers. And so I think what has happened in cities like D.C., I'm going to have a report out in a couple of weeks about Chattanooga, Tennessee, where the same thing has happened. Manpower constraints and an increase in serious crime have required a refocusing of more limited resources onto the biggest issue. And so you're seeing in the national figures and in most local figures a decline in homicide, often to above levels that we saw in 2019, but certainly down from 2022. Some of that is what we would call euphemistically might call burnout, which is to say every time someone gets shot in a homicide, the number of homicide offenders often also declines. But some of that is just a refocusing of police resources to serious violent crime. That's good, but it means that the amount of attention, dedication focused on less serious disorder issues has declined in some cases essentially to zero. I forget the numbers off the top of my head, but just to take an example, you look at arrests in the District of Columbia. For minor crimes, they have fallen 50, 70, 90, 95%, 2023 versus 2019. And that's because MPD does not have the manpower to care about drunk driving or to care about loitering or to care about shoplifting. They aren't focused on them because they're constrained by resources. But I think as a result, many people feel like our cities are just as unsafe as they were 4 years ago. They aren't in terms of your risk of homicide victimization, which was already quite low. They are in terms of your risk of being catcalled, being harassed, experiencing shoplifting, experiencing panhandling, experiencing all of these little quality of life events that I think both matter intrinsically and are a serious issue for growing cities that want to increase their population, or large established cities that want to retain a population that now more so than ever can do the same jobs from the suburbs and is strongly considering fleeing, just as many already have. That's the 10,000 foot view.
I wanted to talk about some of the other policies on the table as well when it comes to places and kind of frame it against kind of some historical trends. I mean, one of the things that I wrote about when I was here, assisted by Mike Pugh, my RA when I was here, who's with us today, is looking at just kind of trends in geographic inequality over time. And I think one of the most remarkable trends that just hasn't gotten a lot of attention is when you look at the arc from the mid-1980s until now, geographically expressed, and you look at the 15 most unequal metro areas in 1985, measured by kind of the distance between the top 10 and the bottom 10% of the income distribution in that area. They were overwhelmingly mid-sized metros, semi-large metros in the South. I think probably 7 or 8 of them, southern cities. I think the largest city represented in those 15 was New Orleans, and familiar faces in the South. You fast forward to today, and that top 15 is dominated by all the coastal cities, all the places you would kind of think when you think about where is geographic inequality kind of the biggest. New York, LA, San Francisco, Washington, DC. So in the lifetime of many of us in this room, we've actually seen this remarkable shift from 1985, when you think about it, was just 20 years after the Civil Rights Act and movement, and you still had inequality expressed very much as a legacy of segregation and racism. You fast forward to today, and that is a segregation of class. And geographically, when you look at these metro areas, very, very much different cities within one city with a different experience. Some places in permanent recession, other places as boom towns, all within kind of a metro area. And that's a dynamic that our policymaking, just as John was referring to earlier, hasn't really caught up with. John, you and your colleagues at EIG have done, so I think some of the best work out there. I'll flatter you when it comes to actually kind of characterizing in a very particular data-driven way how geographic inequality looks. And I'd be interested. It'd be nice if you could talk a little bit about some of that, just that research. How much of the country, is that part of the lower tail in the regions that I'm talking about? Like, what characteristics do they have in common? But also, when you see or are seeing, even in some of the communities where you've done work, like what constitutes a movement towards success in these areas that are so segregated economically? What does that look like as a way to kind of get us talking about policy?
Yeah. One of the things that's happened over the last 40 years, the period you're talking about, is that poor people have become much more likely to live in poor neighborhoods than they were before. We were a much more spatially integrated country in previous decades when actually you were more likely to live in a well-off neighborhood as a poor person than you were to live in a poor neighborhood. That's completely inverted. So and a lot of this is a housing policy question. So when we talk about policy interventions and we think about what has changed over that time period, residential segregation has led to a concentration of affluent people and a concentration of poor people, and so we're much more polarized in terms of who we live around and who we're exposed to than we once were. As I talked about in the opening, that's really bad for upward mobility for poor kids in particular. And so a lot of that Chetty research, when you look back at the time period and the cohorts he's looking at, he's actually looking at a different country. He's not looking at today's country where that proliferation of high poverty neighborhoods, we have about double the number of high poverty neighborhoods we had in 1980. So the country is much more prosperous in the aggregate. To someone's earlier point, we don't really live in an aggregate country. That's an abstraction. We live in a local community, and for local community's sake, we can understand the economy now is much more full of high poverty neighborhoods than it once was. And very few high poverty neighborhoods have made the journey into low poverty over time. And actually half of the country's turnaround neighborhoods are in just New York City and in Brooklyn. And so the thing you often hear people worry about of gentrification and rapid change and the dangers of that, and that's where millions of dollars of philanthropic and think tank funding have gone, is into fighting against gentrification. We've had the opposite problem the entire time, which is the collapsing of neighborhoods that were once healthy, once vibrant neighborhoods turning into high poverty neighborhoods. Downwardly mobile neighborhoods are the much more common phenomenon than upwardly mobile ones. And yet all the zeitgeist for many years was, how do we prevent the dangers of revitalization and gentrification from hurting vulnerable residents? So we had it completely upside down. And so that's particularly frustrating. So when we talk about success, it's places that have made that journey have tended to use Charles's term earlier, they found that different equilibrium. Washington, D.C. did it, New York City did it, and they did it through a combination of public safety, reinvesting into local assets. Downtown assets were often crucial. Local industries changing. The industry shift has played to the advantage of some places, even as it's played to the disadvantage of places like Detroit. But those are rare exceptions to the norm, where in terms of neighborhoods, and even at the aggregate level of cities, you see a lot more downward mobility than upward mobility, and a lot more concentration and segregation than we see diversification of neighborhoods. That's the challenge that I want policymakers fixated on, and I think we're still way behind that one.
Yeah. Yeah, so let's talk about that a little bit. I mean, when it comes to revitalization, going back to some of my opening remarks, I mean, there's good reason why a number of academic researchers, policymakers over time began to think that place-based interventions just wouldn't work. I mean, there's a lot of state-based tax credit policies, place-based economic redevelopment activity. It just hasn't yielded the results that were promised in the early days, and so people have been sort of skeptical about that. And we're now at this place where we're like, well, we really do need to focus on place for the reasons that you've articulated. When I spent 2 years as the policy advisor to Mike Pence when he was governor of Indiana, his first 2 years as governor, before he decided to change jobs at some point. That was after I left. But while I was there, when you're dealing with a state like Indiana or any state, you'll have these centers of economic activity. In our case, Indianapolis being about 37% of state GDP, the rest of it kind of scattered around Fort Wayne and other places, and then a lot of places that had been in recession for 20 years. That are these kinds of places that were the subject for opportunity zones in the first place. And I had a mayor of one of these places, I'll leave the city's name out of this, come into the office, requested a meeting one time to get approval for a feasibility study that he needed the governor's sign off on. And it's an industrial city that had just been in decline. Factories had closed. It had all the hallmarks of an industrial city that used to have maybe 120,000 people, now had about 70, vacant lots, lots of brownfields and stuff. And he comes in with this plan, and his advisors, they roll out this map, and his plan was to flood half of the city and turn it into a reservoir to create like luxury homes on it, And I thought, wow, I have never seen this kind of place-based policy idea before. I remember telling Pence about it, and he's like, "What?" You know, because he knew the mayor. He's like, "You got to be kidding me! This is like his idea to redevelop." I was like, "We got to look at. I mean, I think we should approve the feasibility study just because this is so incredibly original." Oh, it became a joke around the office. Actually, it's like when we'd be faced with a tough decision about some part of the state that was lagging, we're like, "Well, we could just flood it." Pence was like, "We can joke about that in the office, but never say that publicly." So I just did. I guess enough time's passed. That's probably not the best redevelopment strategy for these places. When it comes to economic integration, say a little bit more about that. I mean, I know you all have been kind of out there on your own talking about the reality of gentrification and its benefits. I mean, we just all, for those of us who spent time in these spaces, gentrification is just a bad word. Anytime you say it, it's in kind of a derogatory way. Now that we're several years down the road into this, in some of the zones, when it looks where you're seeing kind of economic integration in these places that are creating new opportunities for people, what form is it taking? Like, what's the driver?
Yeah, I'll first say, when we looked at what kind of policies would be necessary to build out the toolkit of economic development and community development, we looked at the existing toolkit, and when you really dig into what federal tools have been available for spurring private investment and private activity in local areas, these are policies that could best be designed as, or described as, designed to fail. Almost laughably so. Impossible to scale to any meaningful level, highly bureaucratic, incredibly complicated. In terms of incentives, if you talk to people who use them, they say, well, by the time I'm done paying the accountants and consultants and lawyers required just to comply with the application process, most of the incentive has eroded. And so it's pretty easy to say we can improve upon that. We need more experimentation to do that. I think Opportunity Zones is best understood as an attempt to experiment with different models for how to unlock private capital. What that's turned into is, in the middle of a housing crisis, a massive push for housing supply and commercial redevelopment of local communities that have been underserved and underutilized in many cases for decades. So when we measure building permits, for example, we see a large and immediate effect of Opportunity Zone designation of a census tract in the likelihood of redevelopment happening in that given census tract. So a 20% jump in likelihood. That's a very large effect for a federal incentive that's not centralized or prescriptive. It's totally opt-in for the communities and for investors. What you then look at is a massive jump in housing supply that does not correspond with the thing we would worry about in a gentrification context, which is displacement of existing residents. But what happens when you add a bunch of housing supply to an area? Housing costs go down, they're restrained, and that's exactly what the empirical work finds with Opportunity Zones. Rents stay stable, housing values go up because the amenities in the neighborhood are improving. The supply of new housing brings in new residents, new amenities, new demand for local businesses. So all that's getting better, but rents are staying stable. And so the signal indicator of displacement would be a rental spike. That's not occurring. It's just the opposite. So I think that's a very promising start. We don't have long-term data yet. We're not in the long term. But on the housing and commercial development front, laying the groundwork for a longer-term redevelopment of these high poverty, low income areas often starts with the physical infrastructure and the real property of those communities. That's what's happening with OZs. But how do we build on that, I think, is the big question. So that's one big experiment, one really powerful tool, but it's alone in the toolkit, I think, of things that match the kind of characteristics, decentralized, scalable, flexible in use, that we need to see across the toolkit. Right now we have one, we need a whole toolkit full of those types of policies.
Are you, I know it's early still, but are you seeing any effect on schooling? Does some of this activity lead then to new charter schools in these areas?
I don't think anyone's asked that question yet in the research, and we may be a few years away from the residential changes translating to that.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll be turning in the next 10 minutes or so to some questions too. If you have questions you'd like to ask our panelists, be thinking of those over the next few minutes, and we can turn to some discussion with everyone in the room. I wanted to, just because we are in the last days of a presidential election, I'd like to hear what each of you are thinking about what our candidates should be talking about. My guess is, based on what I know about you and your work, you probably wish they were saying things they're not. What should our presidential candidates, and I know a lot, and I do want to talk more about state and local policy as well, since that drives a lot of what we're talking about. There's a lot of implications for governors and state legislatures and mayors when it comes to place-based policy. But at the national level, what would you like to hear or rather hear from our candidates?
So Charles made the point from the outset about this sort of overemphasis and this overfocus on rates of violent crime in the aggregate, and how that doesn't really tell the story of how violent crime is experienced by citizens in the country. And of course, the federal government has a relatively limited role to play in providing public safety. It is primarily a local and state function, but the federal government does dole out a tremendous amount of money to try to incentivize cities and states to do various things. Some of that money is well spent, a lot of it is not. A lot of it is spent on programming that feels pretty good, makes us feel like we're doing something, but isn't actually sort of the evidence-based programming and strategies that we know actually reduce violence in these communities with high rates of violence. There is this sort of never-ending back and forth of the priorities that U.S. attorneys' offices have. There is a lever there as it relates to serious violence, especially gang-involved violence, for individuals who commit crimes with a firearm while prohibited from doing so, that again, in a targeted way, can be a very effective way to disrupt gang activity and sort of assist local efforts. And so really, rather than some of the platitudes about whether we're decaying completely or whether everything is down so everything is fine, actually focusing on what we know works. This is a policy area where there is not a whole lot of mystery as to what can meaningfully reduce violence in a community. And the federal government does have a role to play in assisting local efforts, especially from a law enforcement and prosecutorial standpoint, but especially from an allocation of resources standpoint.
Great. Very good, thanks. Charles?
Yeah, I'm just aware that presidential candidates are saying anything. Yeah, so I actually want to, really what I want to do is secretly answer your question to John from earlier, but then I'll put some stuff about the presidential candidates at the end. So it'll really be, it'll be answered about them. Great.
Treat it like a presidential day.
Yeah, no, exactly. I can say, I can just talk about what I want to talk about. Yeah, I mean, because I think, you know, what I would say synthetically is, I do think that there is a problem on multiple dimensions with the quality of American cities right now, and that's a shame, because there's a long period of time, the 1960s and the 1990s, when people were fleeing American cities. In the 90s and the 2000s, they began to return to them, and I think that is both good for those people and good for the cities, but also good for America as a whole, insofar as America's basic model of itself, of our, you know, our success model is that we run on innovation and prosperity, right? We're comparatively less redistributive than our developed world peers. We grow the pie rather than dividing it up more evenly. And if you want that model to work, you need innovation. If you want innovation to happen, you need successful cities with network effects and more than linear returns on investment that they provide. And so, like, you know, I think revitalization synthetically is a good thing to focus on. And then what does that mean? And I can talk about crime, but I want to sort of make a separate point vis-a-vis what John was saying, which is, I think the problem that big city executives are dealing with, big city governments are dealing with right now, is that it has always been relatively easy for Americans to leave cities. It's getting even easier and has gotten even easier over the past 5 years. And so the key question is, if you want to improve access to economic opportunity, mobility, if you want to make things better for your poorest residents, for those who most need opportunity, you need the people at the top of the distribution to stick around and not think that your city, to use a technical term, sucks. And so you need to be thinking about what are the qualities that my city can provide over and above your company existing in the suburbs, or your company or your individual employees moving to the suburbs or moving the tax base. This is a huge problem for a city like DC, which has a highly affluent, often high earning and high spending, in many cases childless, so lots of external income, labor population that then takes all of their spending and tax dollars to the suburbs. The point that I'm getting at is, at the local level, many big city executives, here I'm thinking of people like Brandon Johnson in Chicago, are basically focused on penalizing the successful. And this is why, like, Citadel is leaving Chicago, because Brandon Johnson hates the successful. And in fact, what cities need to do is focus on drawing successful people in. And I think that, to go back to the start of the question, I think that there is a real federal and national interest in that project succeeding, and seeing revitalization of our cities. You know, Donald Trump talks about this in a very Trumpian way when he talks about needing to build beautiful new American cities. I forget what the term is that he used for it. Freedom cities, right. I would perhaps not talk about it that way, but I agree with the gist of the idea that revitalization is a thing that is not merely sort of aesthetically pleasing, but in the national interest. And I would like to hear about more than just the same talking point about building new housing over and over and over again, as we heard last night, or freedom cities, whatever that means. I'd like to hear something concrete.
Yeah, no, good points for sure. And I'm glad you brought that up because we haven't really emphasized that in this discussion yet, that this move to the suburbs has gotten really easy. And that is where the work that Ryan Decker and John Haltenwanger, I know you've worked closely with, has shown that we had this reversal of a 40-year trend, downward secular trend in new firm starts, since the 1980s until the pandemic, where it spiked for the first time. And when they did the geographic analysis, that it was overwhelmingly in the suburbs. It was people leaving their partnership and starting a new company at a point in their career where they could do that. And that should have been a wake-up call to a lot of urban leaders. And like you said, Brandon Johnson in Chicago is learning exactly the opposite lessons of this.
The other thing I'd add, just very briefly, is that we've seen a recent example of how hard it is to get this right, which is a great deal of energy and time was poured into trying to make Miami into a new tech hub. And that seems, by and large, not to have been successful. They couldn't overcome the inertia. They couldn't overcome what was involved, the investment. They couldn't accrue the investment and attention needed to build the network effects to make Miami a tech hub. And so, to the extent that policymakers can encourage that accrual, whether it is through money, whether it is through where federal agencies are cited, it is good for them to do that and to see cities as strategic resources thereby. Yeah. Because it's a hard problem for the private sector to do alone.
Yeah, right, for sure. Now, I'm living back in Austin, Texas again. I mean, we are the beneficiary of this dysfunction in other cities, and it's just, it's been going on for a long time. I think George Will was the one who said the 1990s was our vacation from history as a country, and living in Austin is like being on vacation from all the things we're talking about. Not that it doesn't have its disparities, but that, to your point, I mean, when you look at there's 8 residential towers downtown right now with cranes on top of them that will all be over 50 stories, and every single one of them is a residential tower. No one's building commercial towers. It's a place for all these people that you're describing to come, and it has the obvious effects. And there's a ton of lessons in that for people that want to get things right. John, what should the presidential candidates be talking about at this point?
I wouldn't change a thing. No, it's great. I would say two things, maybe talking about more. One is housing. Really interestingly, this election has catapulted housing to the top tier of American politics in a way we haven't seen previously. All 4 presidential and vice presidential candidates mentioned housing in their convention addresses. Both candidates, to the extent that you could say their platforms that have housing platforms, but neither one has cracked the code on how the federal government can actually help at scale. And so I'd love to see more creative carrots-based, not sticks-based approaches. Ed Glazer, who you mentioned earlier, has a piece in the New York Times over the weekend about what the government can withhold to force localities to improve their zoning and housing rules. I would take a carrots-based approach. I think there's something there that has not yet been explored fully. The other is startups, entrepreneurship. Admirably, Kamala Harris has paid a lot of attention to that and has seemed to feel the need or the upside to talk about American entrepreneurship in very positive terms and to set a benchmark for business applications as one of the ways to judge her administration if she's elected. I think that's directionally positive. I would love to see more of that kind of attention on what actually fosters a pro-dynamism, pro-entrepreneurship economy, because it is such a signal indicator of our economic health and of economic opportunity. That's as far as my compliment will go with Harris's campaign, but it's at least directionally correct, and her planting a flag and saying this is important, this trend is happening, this surprise rebound in American entrepreneurship, and we should keep it going. That low bar is more than any other politician has actually done on this issue, and so I'd love to see more of that.
Great. I'd like to open it up for questions here in a minute, and before we do that, I just want to ask any of you, is there anything on kind of the policy table that policymakers should be thinking about that we haven't talked about? We haven't talked about families, we haven't talked about social capital, we haven't talked about schools. There's a lot, and these topics will come up in some of our subsequent discussions today, but before we turn to questions, is there anything that was on your mind that we haven't talked about yet before we do?
I mean, there are like a million things. What should policymakers be talking about? Everything that I care about, nothing else. I think we've talked. Josh and I think a lot about criminal justice. That's been a major focus, but I do think that that space is all of the ideas in that space are culture war ideas rather than ideas about how to improve the quality of a basic government service. We talk about criminal justice reform almost exclusively in the language of culture war. Are cops good or bad? We don't debate about whether or not postmen are good or bad. They're also civil servants. This is a completely incongruous question. And my point is that I think there's a basic failure of attention to questions about what I've referred to as the capacity of the criminal justice system to provide services, to provide the basic service it provides. And I think that, attending to that quality of governance is something that can happen at the federal level. But this returns to also John's point. You can go outside the criminal justice system where I think there's less of a federal role here. But decision making for local policymakers, thinking in terms of not sort of culture war issues. What are the implications? What do we do about racism, injustice, inequality? It's like, how do you make your city an attractive place to live? And the answer ends up being facilitate entrepreneurship, make housing more affordable, provide high quality amenities, like very straightforward stuff that simply is not attended to. In some senses, because America is a rich enough country to afford not to worry about it. This is like one of the curses of our wealth. But I think addressing these more fundamental issues will have more than linear returns if people actually pay attention to them, which they mostly don't.
Good. Yeah, thanks very much. Okay, do we have any questions from the floor? I think we've got mics we can bring to you if anyone has anything. Yeah, Mr. Lyerman. Good to see you. You've got a microphone right there.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the role of state government relative to the city governments. I know that there are big issues relating to debt and to how that's taken over by the state or not. There's sometimes takeovers. What's a good approach by a governor to try to influence these good cities?
Advice for governors?
I can think of some, but no.
Go ahead.
No, sure.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it varies by state because the services that are provided by the state versus the services that are provided by the municipality versus the services that are provided by the county vary by form of government. That's a little bit of a cop-out answer, but I do think it's important as a predicate. Because in some in some contexts, states have much more responsibility for the quality of services they provide. That said, there are, I think, contexts where states can preempt, that they probably ought to preempt in a way that to sort of overcome the inertia imposed by local stakeholders. Here I'm thinking about housing. In Massachusetts, they're in the middle of a massive fight with the municipalities surrounding Boston to try to compel them to build housing adjacent to stops on the state-funded rail. The state is probably going to win because it's the state and the municipalities are not. But it's going to take a while. But I do think of that kind of preemption where these small, very wealthy communities have every interest in suppressing housing. It's in the local interest, but it's not in the state's interest. It's good when the state can win on that front. And the state can act to sort of deal with those antisocial local interests. When you think of something like the criminal justice system, it's a little bit different. But even there, criminal justice is a uniquely local function in American society. The example I like to give is that in other countries, in France, they have like 2 to 6 police departments, depending on how you count. In the UK, it's like 60. In the United States, we have between 12 and 18,000, depending on how you count. Nobody's really sure what the real number is because it depends on who reports. So policing is highly localized. The state, though, often can at least be coordinative. Really, ideally, what it can do is sort of flatten inequality in the distribution of public safety resources. The reality is that the safest communities often end up with the most policing for sort of obvious reasons because they have the tax dollars to expend because they're safe, because people live there. The state, on the other hand, draws, in much the same way that the state can flatten inequalities in the School system, the state can also flatten inequalities in the provision of public safety, either through manpower or through redistribution. Usually the former, sometimes the latter. So that's sort of two examples where like state preemption can address weird incentives that happen because of the fracturing of American government at the local level, but I think the principle generalizes.
States also have the ability to take a very direct approach at reducing some of the most potent barriers in the labor market to economic opportunity and mobility. Occupational licensing and non-compete agreements being two really obvious areas. States that get that right will get much more out of their human capital, will have much more opportunity for, it's about doing right by kids. When kids grow up and they enter the labor market, their ability to apply their talents efficiently and freely where they're best used is a state-by-state proposition. And so states that have really low barriers, this is an area where governors can dramatically promote the likelihood of upper mobility and human flourishing more broadly.
The other one that I think John will agree with is state environmental permitting reform and state level NEPAs. There's lots of opportunities for states to reduce the burden of the permitting process over and above current federal efforts.
Yeah, we could. One thing that we did in Indiana, which I think is worth actually looking at, and I'm not sure that any other states are doing it. I think we were the first. We tried to see who else was taking regional approaches to development and carved up the state into like 11 economic zones. You know, just kind of based on where the center of activity was, and then through a combination of state resources and then raising private capital, essentially ran a program where the zones had to come to us with plans on how they would connect themselves as an economic unit. So, you know, it was a way to try to break with the, you know, we have 50 states with 50 of the same sort of bad versions of tax credit policies and things like that, which leads to the smokestack chasing where you're trying to get someone to locate their tire factory in your state instead of the state next door, or your county instead of another county. And this was an attempt to make sure that local regions didn't see each other as in competition with each other for that stuff, but to reconceive of themselves as one economic area. So, you know, outside of Fort Wayne, Indiana, in our case, a place that was trying to revitalize its downtown and trying to get an anchor business tenant or commercial tenant, saw themselves as a bedroom community to Fort Wayne, and it kind of changed their view on where they should be investing their resources in road infrastructure and new housing production and that kind of a thing. And it took off enough that the current governor, Eric Holcomb, has made it the basis for his economic development strategy. It should be probably studied. Our friends at Brookings next door have mentioned it, but I don't know that anyone's done an evaluation of it. It's probably time to do that and see if it yields some results for other states. Other questions? Yeah, here in the back.
Thank you. Leon Peace. Stand up. Yeah. In the book, you mentioned the importance of place with respect to kids. My question is, what about the kids that have no place with them? What position should the campaigns, or how should the campaigns address the emerging problem of homelessness nationally and internationally? Any recommendations?
Well, the most obvious thing that states and cities should be doing on homelessness is making housing more abundant, more affordable. It's a direct relationship between homelessness and housing availability and affordability. And this is where we've just ceased to expect the housing market to actually function like a market. It's that dysfunctional now. So this is the lowest of low-hanging fruit. If we can get housing policy basically right, allow housing supply to meet demand. This is a newsflash. Builders want to build, and buyers want to buy, and renters want to rent. Those are all the basic ingredients you need. Nothing about building housing is inherently more complicated today than it was at any previous time. But we've made it awfully complicated. We've made it unaffordable. We've made it unavailable. And so that's going to harm the most vulnerable people in these communities the most. And so that would be my big answer and my starting point. Then every other intervention gets easier if we get that part right. We're going to need other interventions for homelessness, but trying to address those before we've addressed the fundamental issue is backwards.
I think this is another area in which the expansion of these concentrated areas of poverty is problematic too. I think it's one thing if your housing is not secure in a community that is otherwise secure, but in some of these neighborhoods with concentrated poverty, higher than average rates of violence, other sort of social disorders, it makes escaping that circumstance all the more difficult for that child. And so as we see those increases in that concentration of poverty, it's a real concern.
True. I mean, right. I mean, my colleague Steve and I at the Manhattan Institute, who works on this, homelessness is his primary focus. One of his key takeaways is that mostly we shouldn't talk about homelessness as a discrete concept, because to a first approximation, we're talking houselessness. People not living at a fixed address is purely a function of the supply of housing. Sufficiently cheap housing will resolve all of those issues. We can debate whether in the 21st century we want the quality that goes to that sufficiently cheap housing, because it's not very good housing, but that resolves those issues. That said, when people talk about rising homelessness, particularly rising visibility of homelessness, there is measured increase in homelessness. They're really talking about a different phenomenon or a different set of phenomena. Right? In homelessness policy, you distinguish between the transiently homeless, the people who shift in and out of homelessness, who basically need lower rents and, in some cases, legal eviction assistance, eviction prevention assistance, and the chronically homeless, people who are homeless for an extended period of time, people who sleep on the street, who are unsheltered and can't exist in shelters, people with a co-occurring serious mental illness or substance use disorder, i.e. addiction. That population is smaller than the transiently homeless. They're also much more socially problematic. They consume a much larger portion of the social services budget in any given jurisdiction, and dealing with their problems because that population is generating and has many more problems, is growing, and is generating many problems of its own is much harder. That involves, to go beyond the housing thing, that involves provision of health services for their substance use disorder or for their serious mental illness, often involuntary provision of those services that involves wraparound services and follow-up. A lot of that we don't know how to do and don't know how to do infrastructurally, which is a major problem. This, in some sense, this is a function of many municipalities trying to solve the problem simultaneously and often doing a bad job. It might be better if there's a little more, to go back to the question of states, a little more within or between state coordination on that topic. But mostly it's characteristically a wicked problem. So I think recognizing that population is relatively small and requires pretty intensive services, and centering the homelessness policy per se around the provision of those services aggressively gets you much further than talking at the aggregate homeless numbers without recognizing the sort of key distinctions in the homeless population.
Very good. Do we have any final questions here before we wrap? Yes.
Hi. So my question is related to actually a point made about increased rates of fathers in a neighborhood leading to better outcomes for the kids there, even if the kid doesn't have two-parent household or a father in the household. So that seems like a community level, like positive externality, what one family could have on many. How exactly, from a policy standpoint, do we incentivize community sort of occurrences like that in questions related to social mobility?
In some ways, this does go back again to housing. I don't want to beat the dead horse, but the more abundant housing options are, the more abundant mobility is, the more people can move towards neighborhoods like that, and where you have stable families can move into neighborhoods. So it's bi-directional. There's a whole world of family-friendly policies, and that's an area where actually there's been a lot of convergence between the parties on child tax credit, for example, and thinking through how our tax system and these types of family-oriented reforms and interventions either encourage or discourage family formation in how those benefits are distributed. So that's a whole area. The best person in the world to talk to about it is sitting right there, Scott Winship, just right there, because there are a lot of people who have thought deeply about these questions of how benefits at the family and individual level can encourage family formation and not inadvertently discourage it. So this is a whole area of a policy question that's probably worth its own event. But those are the things I would think about is on the tax policy front, on the housing policy front, how do we make sure that those are all aligned with the goal of integrated neighborhoods and stable families, and not inadvertently getting in the way of those things in the name of helping?
And at the most basic, I think it's about making communities attractive at the base level. We know that jobs and people flee social disorder and violence, right? And so basically anyone who can leave a neighborhood with a high rate of violence does, and what you're left with are the people who can't leave, which are often going to be your least stable families, your most vulnerable populations to begin with. And so if you have that two-parent home that is stable and has, you know, 1.5, 2 incomes, and a neighborhood becomes violent or has an elevated level of violence, that family is in all likelihood not going to stay in that neighborhood for very long.
I would add to this as well, just to these points. When it comes to, I couldn't agree more with the housing production issue, and that when you have more housing, to John's point, you have this integration of household types that matters. And to your question specifically, this very important finding that kids that grow up in a single parent home, but are in a community where there are lots of two-parent homes as well, have outcomes longer term that are more like the kids from those families than in neighborhoods where you have almost exclusively single parented homes. And so that the question arises about how do you actually create the likelihood that there'll be interactions between these families and these household types. And I think one of the biggest drivers for that, and this is an area that could stand a lot more research, is just the role of schools in the neighborhood too, because they are kind of the matchmakers of families. When you have gentrification happening in an area where there's a school, and you can certainly see it anecdotally here in DC in a lot of places as well, and in other cities that I know you guys have looked at as well, and that I've looked at some too, that the school becomes, you know, more than a place where your kids are educated. It's where families meet each other. It's where kids interact with kids in different households, and it's where some of those kind of loose ties, I think, get connected. That's an area that could stand a lot more research. The role of schools as social capital generators is probably, for those of you interested in doing social capital research, that's an area ripe for opportunity. There's not as much work in that area as there should be. Okay, we are coming up on time here, and I want to make sure we stay on time and get out for lunch. Thanks for coming here and stick around for the discussions, and if you haven't bought a copy yet, be sure to buy one. I'm just kidding. You can take copies. They're here for you. And I may have messed up the date that Scott said, but Scott, I don't see Taylor Swift's endorsement that you promised on back here. His story now is that she only does one every 12 months or something, and we were number 2, I guess. So anyway, it's missing that endorsement, but I think she'd love it. And I think you'll love it too once you dig into it. So thanks for coming to this session. Enjoy lunch, and we have some housekeeping here before we break.
Yeah, just very quickly, we're just going to say we've got lunch coming up, and then the next panel will be at 1 o'clock on the family and safety net.
Okay, great. Please join me in thanking our able guests here. Thanks so much, guys. Enjoyed their lunch. We're going to begin now on our second panel of the day. This one's focused on family and the safety net, chapters 4 and 5 of Doing Right by Kids. So I'll first introduce myself and our guests. So I am Kevin Corinth. I am the Deputy Director of the Center on Opportunity and Social Mobility here at AEI. I'm joined by some of the leading experts and authors and commentators on the chapters in the book. So we have immediately on my right, Kay Heimowitz, who is the William E. Simon Fellow at the Manhattan Institute. We have Matt Weidinger, who is a Senior Fellow at AEI, author of Chapter 5 on the safety net of the Doing Right by Kids volume. And finally, on the far right there, we have Brad Wilcox, who is a non-resident Senior Fellow at AEI, as well as a professor of sociology at the University of Virginia. We will be speaking to the topics of family and the safety net. I did a tally before we began our panel. We have a total of 23 children among the panelists on this stage, mostly dominated by the people on the far side of the right. So all the policies we discuss will be affecting our own children to a significant share. And then I'm sure the grandchildren will be even a larger number than that. Okay, so in terms of these two chapters, it really gets to the heart of what we want to do in sort of doing right by kids. When you think about what's most important in terms of driving children's outcomes, I think it's clear from both common experience and the growing research that family is really what shapes a child's outcome. And then in terms of when things don't always go well and families aren't able to provide for their children due to breakdown and decreases in marriage, the safety net is really the policy response we have. And so these chapters sort of pair well with one another. So I want to just get into first a discussion about marriage with Brad and having Kay sort of chime in on some of those thoughts. And then we'll get into the safety net and sort of a general discussion of those themes. And we will leave 15 minutes at the end for questions. So as we go, get those in mind, and we will get to those at the end. So first, I'd like to start with Brad, who co-authored the chapter on marriage. And just first, just to sort of lay out the evidence on, is marriage important for children? What evidence do we have for that? And then, is the state of marriage strong in America today?
Great, thanks, Kevin. It's good to be here today. In terms of the evidence, I think what we're seeing is not only that marriage matters for kids, Kevin, but that I think actually on some outcomes we're seeing that marriage matters more than ever today. And so I've done some work with colleagues indicating that, for instance, when it comes to college graduation, the link between family structure and young adults graduation has increased from the boomer generation to the millennial generation. Others have done some work on kind of school attainment. It's kind of, at NYU, it's come to kind of similar conclusions. Again, that family structure matters more than ever for kids. We also see when it comes to young adult incomes, that their family structure of origin is more closely connected in the millennial generation than it was in the boomers. So I would say not only is that marriage kind of matters for our kids, but that it might matter more than ever. My colleague here at AI, Dan Cox, kind of has come to a similar conclusion as well. And I would think about this in at least two different ways. One is that as other forms of sort of social solidarity have withered in our contemporary society, having the benefit of stably married parents may be more consequential for our kids. And then the other point that both Dan and I have made is that today dads are much more engaged with their kids than was the case in earlier generations. And so having the benefit of two married parents kind of on scene raising kids and being engaged in their lives and ferrying them from, youth group to soccer to violin and whatever else it might be, can be that much more helpful. So again, my bottom line is that marriage matters for kids. And I think the surprising thing would be for some of my colleagues in academia and journalists more generally and policymakers is that there could be some outcomes, especially in the educational and social arena, where the kind of the effect, or at least the link between family structure and kids, has been growing for different reasons. Now, given that, well, how is marriage faring today? And I've got both kind of good news to report and bad news to report about the state of our unions. And so for this kind of conference, the good news is that I think we've seen an increasing share since about 2012 of kids being raised by their own married parents. And so my colleague, Nicholas Zill, suggested about 54% of kids today are kind of reaching about age 18 with both their bio parents in the household. So that's kind of good news, and kind of the dramatic decline in married parenthood from really the late 60s until about, again, 2012 seems to have kind of not only leveled off, but maybe kind of reversed course a little bit, in the last decade or so. That's the good news for kids and for families in America. And that applies also not just to kind of kids in general, but also specifically to African American and Hispanic kids, based upon some work that both Nicholas Dill has done and Lyman Stone has done as well. It suggests from their kind of their analysis of the data. The bad news, though, is that this is, I think, part and parcel of a world in which marriage and family life have become a lot more selective. And I think many of us here are kind of aware of the ways in which there's been a kind of what I would call a closing of the American heart unfolding for adults, less dating, less marriage, less childbearing. And so again, as family life has become more selective, that's translated in a good way towards more stability for kids. But I think for adults, what we're seeing is that fewer adults, working class, poor, but also secular and liberal young adults, are marrying less and marrying later. And so I think, from my perspective, as someone who thinks that marriage is good not just for kids but also for adults, they're paying a price, socially, financially, and then emotionally. In fact, we have a new study from Chicago indicating that the biggest factor that accounts for recent declines in happiness in adults in the U.S. is the fact that fewer adults are married. So that kind of classic pursuit of happiness in the Declaration is now less in hand for adults because this core institution, marriage, has become more out of their reach in one way or another. So that's sort of the mixed picture I'd paint when it comes to marriage in America.
Sure. So I'd like to bring kind of Kay in on some of these alarming trends we've seen. And given some of the benefits of marriage, we've seen some of these worrisome trends, especially on more disadvantaged families and sort of this different tiers of marriage trends. So I guess, Kay, are you worried about those trends and the consequences for children? In what ways?
So yeah, I'm worried for both micro and macro reasons. I think the micro reasons have been carefully laid out by Brad and many other people over the years, that the kids who grow up, individual kids who grow up in broken families or in families that have been unstable, are far less successful in school, far more prone to mental health problems, crime, and a host of other issues. But on a macro level, and this is something that I think it's been hard for the public to completely understand, possibly or probably because marriage and family it's such a personal issue. But the fact is it has larger social implications when you have as many people as we do, and for higher percentages of people who never marry or and have children who are raised without their fathers or without two parents. We know that there's been this bifurcation by education between parents who are stably married, raise their children together, and have a more or less normie family life, and those who are less educated, who are much more likely to have children out of wedlock and also to divorce. So these kids of the latter group are, as I think, Brad, you used this phrase in your chapter, doubly disadvantaged not only do they not have the advantages of a stable family life, but they also have less money. Because the parents are usually not educated and usually have more lower income jobs. So one of the reasons that I'm very excited by this book is because it really focuses or asks us to focus much more on upward mobility than poverty. And it's always struck me since I started working in this area that the poverty, there was a kind of almost talismanic quality to our infatuation with poverty numbers, because those numbers disguise so much. And I think that most people don't realize that. You're including both transitory and entrenched poverty, which require very different ways of thinking about what to do. You're talking about also recent immigrant poverty, which is a whole other set of issues, I think. I was just reading recently that you're starting to see an increase in the poverty level, child poverty level, in the Nordic countries of all places, which we're all supposed to want to be like Denmark or Sweden. And Sweden, they've seen quite a rise in child poverty, and it's mostly immigrant from low skilled. Sweden used to have mostly immigrants from Finland and other Nordic countries. Now they are getting much more immigration from more impoverished countries, and those immigrants are not doing well. And some of our poverty is also explained by people coming from very low skilled environments, and it takes, they usually do fairly well over generations, not always, but often. But they still manage to increase our poverty numbers. Anyway, I'm saying that the aggregate number is very misleading, I think. The important issue for our conversation on children, I think, is to understand that there are basically, this is a tale of two childhoods, of two sets of families. And that promises inequality, I think, for the future. It's going to make it, because it's very self-perpetuating. If you grow up in a family that is privileged and has plenty of money, or even not that much money, but money, and the parents are educated and they're together and there's not a lot of disruption in the home, you're going to have a much better chance of staying in that educated group than you are if you grow up in a less educated home where there's a lot of instability. So I think that bifurcation promises to continue in the future and create some of the problems we're already seeing in a very disrupted and divided country.
I guess if there's one small bit of silver lining in any of this, it's that at least it seems to me that there's growing recognition that marriage actually is important for kids. The work that you've all done for years and decades now, but also there's a recent book by Melissa Kearney focusing on this over at Brookings. And there's been more attention in the popular press, and I think more recognition that, affirming what I think we all knew, that marriage really does matter for kids. I think there's still a lot of pushback people have, though, when it comes to what can we do about it from a policy perspective. If these are decisions that adults are making about whether to get married, what is the government's role in that? What can it do and what should it do? And I guess I'd throw this back first to Brad and then to Kay. Sort of what's the number one thing, if anything, federal policymakers can do to strengthen marriage in the United States?
So Mike Pugh and I are working, Mike's right out there, are working on a brief for AI that just kind of details one reality, and that is that when you kind of get the incentives right, I would argue, both financially, but also I would sort of say culturally, from a policy perspective, you really can move the needle. And there are lots of policy analysts and think tank scholars who think that nothing can be done to really strengthen marriage in America. And yet they're, I think, oftentimes ignorant of the fact that the largest federal agency in the United States, which of course is the Department of Defense, has a very pro-marriage policy regime. It's more implicit sometimes than explicit, but it's very much there. And so what happens obviously in the military is that when it comes to romantic partners or whatever, I mean, if you're dating someone, if you're cohabiting with someone, they don't get health care. They don't change your housing status. They can't shop on base at the shop on base. If you marry that person, they get health care. The kids you have, with them get health care. Your housing status improves dramatically oftentimes. So what we see is that men who are either currently in the military or who are veterans are much more likely to be married than their roughly equivalent civilian male peers who have no military connection. And this is particularly true for African Americans as well as for working class men more generally. So it just kind of tells us that when you kind of align the incentives policy-wise in the direction that's much more marriage friendly, you actually, I think, can see behavior. Now we could debate about whether military marriages are perfect, and obviously there are a lot of stresses in terms of deployments and combat that are also kind of in play for military men. But it just kind of suggests to us that when we kind of do align incentives in the right direction, that can be consequential. So from my perspective, the takeaway here is how do we think about making our public policies either more marriage friendly explicitly or trying to minimize the marriage penalties that are often relevant for programs like Medicaid, for instance. And if I could have the slide up for a second here. When you look at kind of what's happened in terms of marriage and parenthood, and this comes from Scott Winship, who's sitting out here in the audience today, what you see is that kind of in kind of recent years, the most precipitous decline in the share of kids living with married parents has been among the working class. And I think if you look at kind of who is now most affected by what's called the marriage penalty in our means-tested programs today, it's often working class couples with young children. And so I'm not saying that it's the only factor that's sort of accounting for this trajectory in green here up on both sides of me, but I think it's part and parcel of a set of factors that have made working class marriages and family life more fragile in recent years. And so if I could just do one thing, Kevin, I would address the marriage penalty by changing the thresholds for married parent families pretty dramatically compared to single parent families. And that would, among other things, kind of, I think, often eliminate the penalties that working class couples can face for programs like Medicaid, for instance.
Kay, what do you think? Do you think that government can do anything to strengthen marriage or not?
There's one thing that I would think that government might be able to do to help, though I do want to address Brad's example of the military men, which is really quite interesting. But notice that military people, they give up a lot of privacy, a lot of autonomy when they enter the military, and that's you can tell people in those situations, and I think the general public will not exercise their own criticism of any kind of intrusion into private life for the military, because it's just, it's seen as a special case. So I don't know that I think that helps us very much, except to know that there's some success out there, I suppose. What I would do, or where I would put my emphasis, not just on the marriage penalty, so those are very important. I would put my emphasis on training for working class men. I think that if you look at the data and the anecdotal evidence, women don't want to marry a guy that can't bring in any money or not much money and is not stably employed. And, I remember when feminism was first taking off, I'm that old, and the assumption was that, both parents both husband and wife would work, and we would find this kind of working balance. And that's not, of course, what happened for the working class, because as the incomes for men went down, which it did with deindustrialization and offshoring, and most of you probably know that story, it was going up for women. So working class women found themselves in situations where they were much more able to manage on their own, even with children. And working class men were having a much harder time not only making a decent living, but finding any kind of stability in their lives. And they became, much more, well, not very good prospects, let's say, for most women. So what I would like to see is much more emphasis on career training for working class men, apprenticeships, and I'm sorry, Bob Lehrman is not here so that I could give him a shout out in person, because he's been so important in shouting into the wilderness about apprenticeships. But truly, I think it's could be immensely valuable if we could bring it at all to scale. So anything the government could do and it wouldn't just be federal government, I'm sure, and that higher ed could do to create more programs for this population of young men who are a little lost. I mean, we know from Nick Eberstadt's work that a remarkable number of these young men are completely disengaged from the labor market. And they're the ones who are the welfare queens now, much more, maybe even more than women, if I can use a disputed term. So anyway, I would like to see the men concentrated on. One more thing, actually, when it comes to men. We talk so much about college education, and I think we're beginning to ask questions about whether that's the only way we can get people into the workplace and into a decent job. And that's all for the good. But I think we have to remember that the problem for boys actually starts much earlier than higher education or even high school. If you look even at when kids are entering school, kindergarten, boys enter behind, and they stay behind in almost everything except math. And even that, it varies depending on whether you're looking at test scores or if you're looking at standardized tests or classroom test scores. So the boys do okay in math, but they do not do well with anything related to reading. And that I've been very happy to see that there's beginning to be some pushback on our reading instruction. I know it sounds like, well, what does that have to do with family policy? But believe me, it does, because these boys often get very turned off to school, and they don't succeed, and then they are kind of lost when they get out of school and don't make very good husbands. So it all starts in the reading classroom, I guess I'm saying. And by the way, remember, this is an economy that is much more verbal. There's a wonderful phrase by Richard Whitmire, who's written about boys and education, and he says, the world has become more verbal, but boys have not. So I think we need a lot more focus on that.
Yeah, thanks. So as we think about some of these policy spaces that can encourage marriage, obviously a big part of public policy is our safety net and sort of the kids who are growing up without married parents who are in single-parent families have a lot of interaction with the safety net. So Matt, you wrote a chapter for the book with Angela Rashidi on the strength of the safety net. So I'd love to have you outline. So what do you think are the benefits of the safety net for kids? And then also, what are some of the ways that the safety net can sort of stand in the way of positive outcomes, especially when it comes to things like marriage and work?
Sure. Well, thank you, and thanks to Angela for co-authoring the chapter. Anything you like in the chapter is no doubt due to Angela, and anything that's controversial or bad is my contribution, I'm sure. So, the first question is, what is a safety net? So if you want, you can turn to the chapter and you can see we graphically display what the safety net is, and it's composed of 80-something means-tested benefit programs spread across a whole range of social domains. That really hasn't changed much over time, except certain of those programs have grown significantly. And we outline, we display how much the safety net spends on major benefits for low-income children. Surprisingly, the refundable tax credits are among the most rapidly growing shares of that. That gets reflected in debates like we have about the child tax credit and the EITC and all that. And it's more than just the apparent safety net. So I spent a fair amount of time looking at what are generally known as stimulus programs. You think about the safety net that we have actually grows substantially in recessions, and you don't have to go any further back than the pandemic or additionally the Great Recession to see how that happened. So we expanded the child tax credit. We created stimulus checks, bigger food stamp benefits, large federal subsidies to states to support the state side of many of these programs. Medicaid reimbursement grew. So there's the apparent safety net, and then there's the kind of discretionary safety net when Congress wants to dial it really up in recessions, and we've never dialed it up as much as we have recently. We expect all that stuff to do a lot, right? Like, we want that to solve poverty. We would love for it to promote marriage and do all these other things and include incentives to work and all that. And it does some of that. It does the opposite of some of that. It's a big mess of programs with all sorts of competing incentives, motives, all that. So you can find things to like in that. You can find things to dislike in that. From a work and marriage standpoint, depending on the program, depending on the specific policy sometimes within the programs, you can see all of that at work. So current child tax credit is a good example, right? Currently, it requires work and includes a work incentive so that if low-income parents are working more, they get a bigger child tax credit. Some would look at that and say, well, aha, that's unfair, right? Because some people are not getting the full benefit of that if they're not working, say, a full-time job. So the various candidates have their proposals to expand that, and that would remove work requirements in some cases, diminish or eliminate work incentives in other cases. So, even our best intended reforms can sometimes have these pernicious effects. And then you look at the effect in terms of marriage from all this, and you think about sort of the work dynamics within the safety net versus the marriage dynamics within the safety net. The work dynamics often boil down to, should a single parent go to work in some cases, or often work more, right? So the question of phase outs of benefits and that. The marriage part of that equation is even more profound in the sense, it's not should one person work a little bit more, it's should a second whole earner enter that household, and what will be the effect of that in terms of benefit receipt and ultimately their household income. So I would encourage people to look at a Atlanta Fed study that came out in 2023 that looked in Washington, D.C. at sort of this whole question of what benefits are available today, what's the effect of those benefits in terms of promoting work, and then on the marriage side also promoting or discouraging marriage. The Atlanta Fed authors looked at Washington, D.C. and they asked the question, well, what's the sort of state of play for a single mom with 2 kids in terms of her benefits, and how the state, the sort of government side of this system interacts with her and her overall household income. And they came to the conclusion that whether that single mom works and earns $11,000 or works and earns $65,000, her household income is basically the same, because there is a robust welfare system of multiple benefits payable to low-income individuals, including some people who are not working at all, but often people are working very part-time, $10,000, $11,000 a year, that is available at low income levels, phases out as her work and earnings rise, and then goes away altogether and is somewhat replaced by rising income taxes that result in this sort of, hey, the system tells you work a little, or in some cases you don't have to work at all and you still get relatively generous benefits, but don't work too much. And that has a pretty powerful effect, and that's kind of, I think, embedded in a lot of what Brad was talking about, and what we should really ultimately be very concerned about in terms of the dynamics of this system, because there's, you want people to have incentives to work, you want to promote personal responsibility, you want to have the example of parents working so that they're sort of guiding the next generation of kids. So a lot there, and we expect the safety net to do a lot. It reduces poverty if you measure it and actually use measures that count the things that taxpayers provide. But in a lot of ways, it makes this task harder from a social standpoint.
Yeah, so we sort of have this fundamental conundrum where we want to provide a safety net that helps kids through no fault of their own grow up in poverty, perhaps in a single parent family that doesn't have as many resources, but then you create some of these pernicious incentives for that discourage either further work or stronger marriage. I guess, Kay, do you see any way out of that conundrum where we can still provide those positive benefits for kids with a robust safety net, but not discouraging marriage or work?
Not entirely, but I'm not especially worried about the work disincentives, and I'll tell you why. Because, well, when I first started working in this business, one of my first big articles was about teen mothers. Now, people don't talk about teen mothers so much anymore, but this was a big issue in the late 80s and 90s because, for obvious reasons. By the way, when we talk about teen mothers, we're talking about unmarried teen parents, because teenagers had always had children, but they used to be married, or at least they had a shotgun marriage at the very least. But they weren't marrying, and there was a whole subculture that was developing around this population of young women, women, who were having babies, who often lived with their mothers, but often did not. Whether they should be given an apartment allowance. I mean, there was a lot of, I think, crazy talk about what these 14, 15, 16-year-old mothers could accomplish and could manage. But the thing is that this was accompanied by a very high dropout rate, high school dropout rate among girls. Boys too, but girls. Because they would have these babies and it's awfully hard to finish school, despite the fact that there were plenty of programs for them too. I don't think that scenario could happen again. I think that girl power happened. As we know, girls are now outperforming boys when it comes to education, schooling, on the college level, on the high school level, and on down, as I mentioned before. So I think that it's very ingrained in these younger generations of women, and I'm including poor women, that they will be working. And I don't see that going away. So I'm not especially worried about the work disincentive, at least in terms of just quitting your job and never working. Maybe in terms of hours, that's possible. But on the other hand, it seems to me the work requirements have two very important roles to play in terms of their signaling to the broader society. One is that we know that upward mobility will not happen if you're just dependent on benefits, government benefits. You have to develop a work ethic. that's what a work requirement helps to do. And often when some young women get into the workplace, they get more ambitious, because they like what they see, they like it with the way it makes them feel, and they often like the effect it's having on their kids. That was one of the surprises after welfare reform, that some of the kids seem to be doing better too. It wasn't all, but some of them. But the other reason that we really need the work requirements, I think, is because of it's a way of upholding the social contract. It's not a good idea to tell a population, we'll just give you this and you don't have to do anything. I think we see the results of that in a lot of communities. We saw even more when during the AFDC years, where communities, you had large populations of people who were not working and who also didn't feel a sense of responsibility towards their neighborhoods and towards their homes and that sort of thing. So I think the work requirement is a way of reinforcing this understanding of the social contract. So for that reason, I'm not willing to get rid of the work requirements. I bring this up because this is obviously going to be a major issue in not just the election, but in coming congressional legislation and arguments over policy, because this is a real divide between progressives and conservatives. The progressives do not believe that you should have work requirements for the most part, or do they ever? I don't know. Do they ever believe in them? But so I think, just to sum up, I don't think that the risk of getting rid of the work requirement is that we would get back to the underclass. I actually don't think that's the problem. What I think is a problem is that you are denying people a very important route out of long-term poverty, not just poverty, but low income. And the only hope really to get out of that trap is through hard work and marriage, but that's a slightly different issue.
Kevin, can I throw something in on this? So I agree with Kay in the sense that there is a important sort of social signaling effect of work requirements in the context of these programs. And so today's topic is doing right by kids. We have a safety net that benefits parents, children, all that. We've got far bigger safety nets that support older Americans that are creating enormous budget strains and will no doubt expand, those budget strains will no doubt expand. I think it's important for within the bounds of the safety net for families that you have policies embedded in those that are 80% factors. Work as an expectation in exchange for welfare benefits is an 80% issue. Republicans, Democrats, independents all support that. If the presumption becomes that these benefits for low-income parents allow some people to not work and lead lives that are workless and have a lot of the, some of the social pathologies that Kay was pointing to, that will undermine support for these benefits that will already be under duress going forward. So if we'd had this conversation, I don't know, say 10 years ago, the left would have said, hey, we're already investing way too much in seniors. We need to figure out a way to invest more in children. Since then, we have done absolutely nothing to right-size senior programs, and we've had a pandemic and dumped trillions of dollars in additional debt on future generations, arguably making the challenge for these programs even worse. So there has to be some sort of rhetorical high ground that is part of the defense of these programs, and I think work is a critical part of that.
Well, that probably brings up maybe a topic we should come to that's been alluded to. I think a lot of these issues are encapsulated in the current debate on the child tax credit. I think we obviously know there's a presidential campaign going on where both sides have emphasized expansions of the child tax credit, Kamala Harris has proposed something like the 2021 version where we had a child allowance of up to $3,600 per kid. Former President Trump's been a little bit more silent on the issue, although his running mate has suggested an even higher $5,000 per child credit. This is kind of an open question for anyone who wants to take it, or everybody. Maybe, I know, Brad, if you want to start. How do you see these various proposals for the CTC affecting some of the trends you're concerned about with regard to marriage and strong families? Is this a solution to that? Would it hinder those efforts, and are there ways to modify some of these proposals to align them with some of the goals you have around marriage and strong families?
So I think if we kind of move in a little bit of a different direction in terms of kids and think about not just kids, here as they are today, but also just kind of the fertility rating, it's helpful to think about the fact that we have reached the lowest fertility rate, in the United States in our history. 1.6 basically kids per woman on average right now is the TFR, and that could go well lower in the coming years. And I think it'd be helpful to have reasonably generous child tax credit, something between, say, what Romney 2.0 is proposing and what Senator Vance is proposing would be, in my view, great for families with kids, given all the costs that they incur and the expenses that are associated with raising kids in this era. So I think that would kind of make family life more both attractive and more financially feasible. However, I do not want to go in the direction of making this child tax credit universal. And I think we've learned some lessons from welfare reform about the value of kind of connecting work and family life and not kind of giving resources to families with no earners, which I think kind of creates a cycle of dependence. And so I would, look for something where there's basically no benefits, with no income, and then there's some kind of increase in benefits, to $10,000 to $20,000 in household income, and then it reaches that level articulated by Romney or by Vance, and goes from there, up to a pretty high level. Now I know there are also some folks who'd like to kind of really claw back the child tax credits or child allowances for wealthier Americans, but I think if we look at the experience of France, what we see from some research there is that when France did that, and when they kind of more means tested their child allowance, they actually did see a pretty marked decline in fertility among more affluent families. So I'm more in kind of let's make this child tax credit pretty generous for working, middle, and upper income families, recognizing the sacrifices they're making, and to kind of smooth the way for them and to make family life both more appealing and accessible financially, but not to repeat the mistakes that we made in the 60s and 70s in terms of providing resources to families with, effectively no earner. That was both kind of not good on the work front, but also not good on the marriage front as well.
Yeah, Matt or Kay, do you have any other views on the CTC proposals?
So we are $35 trillion in debt. The CBO baseline suggests we're going to go another $20 trillion in debt in the next decade under rosy assumptions. We have $1 trillion that we're spending on interest on the debt, which exceeds all federal spending on programs for children already. And the two major presidential campaigns have proposals that call for bigger spending without saying how they're going to pay for any of that. So I start off being not impressed by the sort of the hole we're already in and the even deeper hole that some would have us achieve. I also think that that this debate is really, it's kind of bizarre and it's very Washington, right? Like the debate that's going on now is, if you're a parent, will an extra $1,000 a year or maybe $3,000 a year change your ability to support your family? Certainly not going to change anything in DC or the suburbs here or New York or other places where that is unfortunately a fraction of the cost of raising children. So I think we're somewhat constrained by the people's desire to move the needle when it comes to how many people are removed from poverty because their income goes from $29,000 to $31,000 or whatever somebody's seeking from this policy. Catherine Stevens and I proposed something that's kind of a very different view, and it takes the opposite view of this sort of narrow, how much will government dole out sort of position. In a paper we wrote a couple of years ago, it said, all right, we got a $2,000 per child tax credit now. We pay it over 16, 17 years, $32,000, $34,000. Why not, instead of saying, well, here's how the government's going to dole this out over 17 years, let parents say, well, I'd like to take $17,000 over 2 years, right? Because that fits my family's situation better. Because we have large childcare costs now. We would love to have mom or dad stay home half time. We could make that work with this. Maybe that if like another $17,000 was available in year 3, might encourage us to have another child, because mom or dad would now be caring for 2 kids, and that makes much more sense, and it's way cheaper than paying for childcare and all that. That's a way of looking at what we already provide in a way that is different, lets parents be the ones who are the deciders, and really doesn't cost much more. I mean, there's a little bit of leakage from a system that gives people more flexibility. There's always the risk that somebody's going to say, aha, we'll continue providing $17,000 forever for everybody, despite their decision to take this in the first 2 years of a child's life. But, you know, deal with that when it comes. But that's an option that policymakers never think of that might actually move the needle significantly. But because we have these debates that are focused on how much government wants to provide to individuals and government decides how much that is, we're constrained by those sorts of choices. So.
So I guess we've been talking a lot then about sort of government solutions to problems of marriage and less than strong families. A lot of these things cost a lot of money. Are there things we can do outside of government to improve the state of marriages and families and improve the self-sufficiency of families? I guess I'm thinking back to the earlier session around things around housing and the cost of living, that can impede sort of moving up the economic ladder. Maybe it can reduce the ability to have a family. I'm thinking about cultural factors. Are we sending the right cultural signals that marriage is important before having kids? How important are those things, and can we move the needle in those ways as well? Anybody?
Well, I'll talk a little bit about the cultural dilemma. Somebody mentioned, was it you, Brad, who mentioned Melissa Kearney's book, or you?
Kevin, yeah.
Sorry. So that's an important moment, I think, because Melissa, she's a center-left economist. She had the perfect credentials for getting full respect from her fellow economists of all stripes. And she came and wrote a book and said marriage matters for these kids, for children, and there's no way to compensate for that just through government funds. And she made that clear. And partly, I remember she read the book quite a while ago, but I remember she looks at the expenditures in, I think it was Denmark. And there's no way that the government can make up for the lack of a second income. That's what the Danes have found, that kids who grow up with a single parent are more likely to be poor or to suffer economic disadvantage. So the point that I really want to make about Melissa is that suggests a little bit of movement in the needle, but I've been doing a lot of work on Gen Z, that is the population of kids who are now teenagers and young adults, and I'm alarmed at the kinds of messages that a lot of them are getting and what they're responding to on social media. There's so much emphasis on self-optimization, and the idea of being dependent or interconnected with somebody else is a little odd to them. It means that you have fewer opportunities to move and pursue whatever interests or passions that you have, and they are mostly interested in, this is obviously a select group, it's not everybody, but they're very influenced by people who talk about being self-partnered. That's an expression I'm hearing sometimes. There's a movement to get rid of some of these movies and books that that told romantic stories, all those fairy tales. They're changing those so that little girls won't get the misimpression that they can be saved by a prince or whatever it is they're worried about. And so I don't know how deep this goes, but I have the uneasy feeling that we're about to see a generation that's going to go even farther with the assumptions of that they can do it by themselves. That we're not interdependent. If feminism made one mistake, it was to deny the interdependence of men and women, and I think that's something that we're still grappling with today.
On the cultural side, I think it's also just important to both kind of underline and then publicize the fact that when you look at which spouses, which husbands and wives, which parents are more likely to be flourishing today in American life, it is religious parents and conservative parents. It's religious spouses and conservative spouses. I'm not saying obviously we're in a conservative think tank, and so you might think this is just, I don't know, they're trying to kind of preach to the choir here to some extent, but it's just, I think, important to understand and appreciate that some subcultures in the United States are kind of experiencing more success. I think it's often unheralded and unacknowledged in the larger culture, including on social media and including in mainstream media as well. And so we have to do a better job of basically saying, look, the facts are what they are. Jonathan Rothwell, for instance, at Brookings and Gallup is no raving conservative, but he did a piece recently just showing that teenagers being raised in conservative homes are, doing better, and that there's a greater kind of, I think, appreciation for the importance of more authoritative discipline in conservative homes. So I'm not sure exactly how we do this, but I think we have to sort of basically underline the fact that when you look at things like who's getting married today, who's having kids today, who's happily married today, whose kids are most likely to be flourishing, there are some marked differences both by religion and by ideology. And I think we kind of could do a better job of kind of communicating these trends and patterns to a broader public, and also thinking about ways to bring more kids into contexts where they're being exposed to more of these cultural commitments. And obviously, in that arena, on the public policy side, sort of the rise of school choice in many states across the US since COVID, I think, has been very encouraging. And so it is giving families in states like West Virginia and Indiana and now North Carolina and Florida, many more options to kind of steer their kids to schools that are more aligned with their own religious or cultural commitments. And that's, I think, good news.
Yeah, so Matt, are there any other ways you see where we can sort of move the needle on marriage and reduce dependence on government outside of government policy?
So, well, outside of government policy, within government policy, there's some things you can do. Brad talked about sort of reducing marriage penalties. If somebody wants to turn to Angela and my chapter, it includes a sort of consolidation of the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit in ways that will reduce marriage penalties. I think it's pretty tough for the government to change that. I think at its broadest, what we hope for is to eliminate or reduce marriage penalties. I don't think anybody's talking about marriage bonuses or anything like that in the context of these programs. So at best, we want to make this more neutral, which I think really leaves it on the side of culture. Kay talked about declining teen out-of-wedlock childbearing. You can maybe attribute some of that to welfare reform policies, but I think broadly, we're not quite sure why that happened. So you never really know where these things come from. Maybe the example of baby boomers dying off with their children around them will rub off on the Gen Zers, and they'll put down the TikTok and Instagram for a second to say, hey, if I don't get married and have kids, there's nobody going to be around to mourn me as I'm, going through end stages of life. So who knows what's going to contribute to that? But my general presumption is that whatever happens to improve things, if we can figure that out, is going to happen outside of government programs.
Okay, so I think we're going to move on to audience questions. So if you have a question, you can raise your hand. We'll bring a microphone. I just ask that you state your name and then get to the question right away. So I will start over here on this side of the room. First, the gentleman in the back, I saw his hand go up. But still at the hand, then right in front after him.
Hey, thank you. My name's Logan Calendine. I work for Americans for Prosperity. A question I had was whether or not the data distinguishes between having a two-parent household or a married household as the key contributor for children welfare. I ask because I worry that some of the potential solutions that have been proposed for, increasing marriage, like getting rid of the marriage penalty that you guys have been referring to, might not actually address a problem with fatherlessness, and that the solutions to that might be different. So I was wondering if you guys had just had insight on that.
So the research generally suggests that kids who are being raised in married households are doing better than kids who are being raised in cohabiting households, which is obviously the two, basic options here. And that kids who are raised in intact married households with their two biological parents are the most likely to flourish. In my book, Get Married, which just came out this year, I was surprised to see for every other kind of non-intact option, whether it was adoptive parents or step parents, that kids were doing often markedly worse than kids being raised by their own two biological parents. So, and there's just a major difference in stability across a child's life between kids who are being raised in a cohabiting household, from birth, for instance, versus kids raised in a married household from birth or shortly thereafter birth. And that's true even when you control for things like race and parental education and whatnot. So I would contend that there is a real kind of premium when it comes to stability for marriage that is related in part to cultural understandings, but also to kind of an expectation more concretely of kind of joint commitment and norms from family and friends too about what's happening here with a couple. So I think marriage is pretty distinctive in terms of what it delivers to our kids.
I would add one more thing, something I'd meant to talk about before. One thing we haven't mentioned is that how commonplace what they call multi-partner fertility or complex families are. And this is much more common among people who are couples who are not married, who have children together. They frequently, those couples break up. They're much more likely to break up if they're not legally married. And they frequently go on to have children with another partner and also bring new romantic partners into the home. All of this is very bad for kids. We have a lot of data on these transitions, very destructive for both boys and girls.
The next question right in front in the blue.
Karen Zernecki with the Charlotte Lozier Institute. You have discussed mainly, I think, the federal safety net programs. I'm curious to know if there are any state programs or any states that are doing things well that could serve as a role model for other states.
So there have been some moves, for instance, it depends on kind of what you're thinking about in terms of family and kids. But obviously, in the wake of the Dobbs decision, a number of states have kind of moved to expand, Medicaid to new moms, for instance. That's one thing you can, to look to. There are other kinds of efforts too that are ongoing. For instance, in Utah, they're trying to do more to kind of push out the success sequence in Utah schools. I think that's probably going to come in the next year to other states, maybe like Texas and Ohio as well. I've got some, some work with those two states kind of in process right now. So, but there hasn't, beyond some work to kind of really try to provide more support financially and practically to young mothers or new mothers or single mothers in the wake of Dobbs, there's not a lot else that I've seen that's really that's new on the family front. I don't know if you all have seen anything on the state level. So.
You know, a number of states have child tax credits as their own version of the EITC, that sort of thing, often funded by TANF funds, other sources. So.
I should say one more thing, Joe, on the state level, though, and that is that so I've got an analysis coming out next week, and what it shows is that even though there's been a lot of, I talk about professors and pundits kind of talking up blue state family policies, including the child tax credit, including universal school lunch, including paid parental leave, as like providing an ideal context for families across America. What's striking is that when you look at mobility data in 2021 and 2022, what we're seeing in this analysis is that about 200,000 families net have gone from blue states to red and purple states. So even though the blue states are much more likely to be offering a suite of progressive family policies, when you look at kind of what are families doing in terms of their behavior, they're leaving these states for red states and purple states that I think have some other things going for them. And that would be often more affordable housing, more job opportunities, now school choice as well, and often kind of a more family-friendly culture. And you can kind of define that in a variety of ways. And in some cases, probably places that are provide more sort of safety, you know, for public spaces and for families more generally. So it's just kind of important to think about when you kind of think about what counts as kind of family policy. The left has one kind of set of ideas about that, but ordinary families, at least in the United States, just judging by migration patterns, are moving to states that have fewer of these, you know, progressive family policies and have other kinds of traits that are attractive to them.
Yeah. So. Even just to drive that point home, one of the states with the highest unemployment rates in America, California, robust welfare system. You know, it sort of reinforces, I think, a lot of the solutions on this are really outside of the realm of what we think of as government programs, but really get to what's the culture, what's the economy, what are the things that parents really value and really want in terms of making decisions about where to put down roots.
And California is the #1 state that's in terms of losing families in America today. So that dovetails nicely with Matt's comment.
And I guess I'm the moderator, but I do want to say something. I'll get to your question right after. But I find it very unfortunate because some of these problems are really difficult around how to encourage marriage and self-sufficiency while still providing aid. But we have a model for experimenting, which happened in the 1990s before welfare reform, where states were allowed to experiment, and that's what drove the ultimate federal welfare reform in 96. That led to the success that we saw. And now we do have a lot of experimentation, but a lot of it's around UBIs, universal basic income. And there's no way that's going to have any information because, as my colleague Scott Winship has pointed out a number of times, you can't figure out what's going to happen long term once societal expectations change from a short-term experiment on only one small subset of the population. So I really wish we get back to the mindset of solving some of these bigger problems and allowing more stated experimentation around those things. With that, I'll go to the question from this gentleman here.
Thank you, Leon Pease, substitute teacher here in this area. Getting back to the question on higher education and boys, especially younger boys. There's a change that's occurring now where it appears that what we're looking at is we're using a 20th century mindset for a 21st century problem. With the income and influx of what we call new arrivals into our educational system, what I'm seeing, what I think I'm seeing, is a large number of younger boys who have not, are not socialized with the same perspective and understanding of education and the purpose for education. And with that, if you factor that in, how do you think that's going to impact the outcome in a few years, as you say, for being good husband material, et cetera, when this person not only is undereducated, but has gone through a system resisting being educated at every level until they're pushed out?
Please.
I don't think this is a new problem. I think that even in the 19th and early 20th century, we had immigrant families who were only interested in having their kids get to work and not go to school. And there was a wonderful statement, I think it was Nathan Glazer, who said, when the Italians first came here, when there was a large population of Italians, Southern Italians who arrived in the United States, a lot of the parents would just say, why would they go to school, taught by women, tell them what to do, and what a waste of time. So this is not new, that people don't come from countries that necessarily see education the way we do. Over time they get assimilated, hopefully, and that resolves itself. I mean, but the schools have to be doing a better job at doing that assimilating than I think they are.
All right, well, with that, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 2:15 for our final panel on education. Thank you.
All right, everybody, I think we're ready to get started. Welcome back for our third and final panel, which will focus on education, which obviously is a critical component in any strategy for increasing opportunity and essential to any approach to doing right by kids. The education chapters of the book are divided in a very straightforward way into early childhood, K through 12, and higher education. We'll think about them through those categories, but also a little bit beyond those categories and open the conversation into ways that might connect them and cross the boundaries. We have the author of the early childhood chapter with us, Checker Finn, one of the authors of the higher ed chapter, Beth Akers, as well as the education policy expert, Marty West, to offer some reflections of his own. Unfortunately, the author of the excellent K through 12 chapter, Mike McShane, couldn't be here today, so we're going to do our best to represent and discuss the arguments of that important chapter too as we go, which particularly emphasizes the importance of building on the experimentation that emerged out of the pandemic and various ways of maximizing flexibility in the states and allowing families and communities to try different approaches to schooling. Mike talks a lot about the promise and the limits of education savings account and related kinds of innovations. Our other panelists have a lot of expertise in those areas too, and so we will be sure to say a lot about these arguments as we go. Let me, to start, just say a word about each of them, and then we'll jump into our conversation. In the middle here, Checker Finn is a distinguished senior fellow and president emeritus at the Thomas B. Fordham Institute and a Volcker Senior Fellow at Stanford's Hoover Institution. Among his many roles in education policy over the years, he was the Assistant Secretary for Research and Improvement at the Department of Education. He worked at the White House. He was a congressional staffer. For a lot of us, Checker is really synonymous with wise and practical education policy, and so we're just very grateful that you're in this book, Checker, and that you're here today. My colleague here, Beth Akers, is a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, where she focuses particularly on the economics of higher education. She's been a scholar at the Manhattan Institute, at Brookings, at the Federal Reserve Board. She was a staff economist at the Council of Economic Advisors under President George W. Bush. Among other publications, she's the author of the excellent 2021 book, Making College Pay. And Martin West is the academic dean and Henry Lee Shattuck Professor of Education at the Harvard Graduate School of Education. He's also the editor-in-chief of Education Next, a very important journal. Teaches at the Kennedy School. He's a member of the Massachusetts Board of Elementary and Secondary Education and of the National Assessment Governing Board. He's been a congressional staffer, a scholar at Brookings, a very important voice in our education debates. We're going to go in that order with Checker and then Beth, then Marty, and then take up a conversation among all of them. So Checker, please.
Thank you. Nice to be here. Let me first note, it's not about the book, that the only reference to education last night was about student loans. There was no reference to K-12. There was no reference to early childhood, a little bit surprising, and nothing else about higher ed other than student loans. Let me add that to the best of my knowledge, the phrase educational achievement has never come out of the mouth of either Donald Trump nor Joseph Biden, nor recently from Kamala Harris. And to me, this is emblematic of the lack of interest in this topic at the federal level, the lack of energy on this topic at the federal level these days. And to me, that's another reason why all of the policies that we're talking about here today are likely to end up being dealt with predominantly at the state or local level, because I don't think there's much energy in Washington, let alone consensus, to do anything much in this realm anytime soon. Having said that, let me talk a little bit about early childhood education. To me, the function of early childhood education, above all others, is to get kids ready for education. It is preschool to get them ready for school. Therefore, it should do its best possible job of getting them ready to succeed in school. That is crucial for any version of upward mobility, which is what this book is all about. If you don't do well in school, you're not going to do very well in life. And if you're not doing well by the time you get to kindergarten, you are under a shadow that often never lifts. It's harder and harder for schools to remediate whatever is missing when kids even reach kindergarten. Only a few states give kindergarten readiness assessments, but the ones that do have shown dismal results, which is roughly speaking, half the kids are not ready for kindergarten, not ready to succeed in kindergarten. Half the kids. It varies a little bit by state, got a little bit worse during and after the pandemic, but in round numbers, it's half the kids. Most of those kids, it will not surprise you, are disadvantaged, many minority, many from single-parent homes, many of the very kids that we're talking about earlier in other panels and that are the foremost concern of public policy today. The good news is that means half the kids are ready for kindergarten. They are ready for kindergarten. Why, next question, should they have early childhood education supplied by the government if they're ready for kindergarten already, mostly without early childhood education supplied by the government, because their parents or their communities have made arrangements for them to be prepared to succeed in kindergarten? So my contention in this chapter and a bunch of other things I've written over the years is that the job of early childhood education is to focus on the kids that need to be gotten ready to succeed in kindergarten, which is to say narrowly targeted, but very likely highly intensive interventions in a relatively small population of kids, not universal programs. Repeat, not universal programs. If you want to do universal something for kids, look into child care. That's a very different policy challenge than kindergarten readiness. If you want to concern yourself with what the Head Start program calls child development, which has to do with medical and mental health and other kinds of things that are very good and helpful for kids, but they're not school readiness per se. And one of my great beefs, as you'll see in this chapter if you read it, is that the $10 billion Head Start program is almost oblivious to school readiness. It serves lots of kids, but it doesn't prepare them for kindergarten, at least only by happenstance does it do that. It is not a cognitive program. It does not do pre-reading. It does not work with 4-year-olds to learn the difference between shapes and sounds and things like that that are sort of essential to be ready to start learning how to read. So the argument of this chapter is to focus publicly funded early childhood efforts on kindergarten readiness, to target them on the kids who are not otherwise ready to succeed in school, and to put other early childhood concerns like daycare into other policy buckets. I also suggest that we do a much better job of assessing, whether it's state level or federal level, how many kids are ready for kindergarten and where they stand at the end of kindergarten. Marty here's on the National Assessment Governing Board, which governs NAEP, which doesn't start till 4th grade. It does very important things in 4th grade and 8th grade and 12th grade, but it doesn't do anything about kids' academic circumstances before 4th grade. So think about how that could change. Just with a sophisticated sample of educational achievement at the end of kindergarten, at the end of 1st grade, at the end of 2nd grade, we'd know a whole lot more. We'd be a whole lot better able to determine not only which kids need this, but also which programs and schools and so forth are doing any good for the kids that are getting it. So we should also take existing programs like Head Start and overhaul them if we can. Head Start's resisted overhauling for 60 years now. And I suspect it will continue to. It's got a strong lobby full of people who have jobs at Head Start who are not themselves college graduates and are not qualified to be teachers or to prepare kids for kindergarten. And they like their jobs. So it probably won't get overhauled. But there's $10 billion sitting on the table that could go into school readiness if we had the ability to change that policy. That's back to the federal level, and I started by saying I don't think anything's going to happen at the federal level anytime soon. So I should probably stop picking on Head Start. It'll probably just keep doing what it's been doing. But there's a whole variety of other programs across a bunch of agencies, HHS more than education actually, that involve looking after little kids in various ways. And many of them could be reoriented toward a school readiness, with a school readiness focus. That would do huge good for upward mobility of the kids who need it most. I think that's enough by way of openers, Yuval.
Beth?
Okay, hard act to follow. I want to talk a little bit about higher education and what inspired the chapter. I've had the privilege of sitting in rooms like this one for over a decade now with people who care an awful lot about higher education. And one of the most apparent observations I have from that exercise is that higher education is different things to different people, and a lot of different things. and we make a big ask of this institution. One ask that I don't think we make enough of this institution, and this is a feeling that's shared by Preston Cooper, my co-author who's in the room with us today, is that we're not asking enough when it comes to what it is that we're talking about in this book, the idea of economic mobility. Interestingly, there's a conflict, in fact, between what is happening in these conversations that happens in rooms like this across Washington, D.C., where education is a lot of different things to different people. There's a conflict with that and what it is that Americans who are going to college, that are sending their children to college, what they say it is that they want out of higher education. Not surprisingly, what they care most about is economic mobility. And yet our policy regime is not matching or stepping up to actually deliver that. So what Preston and I write about in the chapter is bringing that to bear on policy and the accountability regime that's on institutions. So we ask that we as a nation ask more of the institutions that are getting so much of our tax dollars to support economic mobility. And I think as our national attention is being drawn to financial issues around higher education, a lot of people that I talk to, at least, are surprised by the fact that we are sending millions of dollars year after year to institutions who are repeatedly putting students and their graduates out into the world, either without degrees or with degrees that are not earning them enough to justify their upfront cost. So we propose a revision to that. Basically, we call it a do no economic harm provision for institutions. I think that's a pretty low bar and something that we should all be able to get behind, but is in fact a pretty radical departure from where we are today. So we're looking for institutions to step up. We're looking for policymakers to put this sort of regime in place. And basically what we care about is that this institution that is a lot of different things to a lot of different people, at a minimum is delivering the economic mobility that Americans need, that taxpayers need, and we propose some specific changes that will get us there.
Marty, please.
Great. Yuval, thank you for the introduction, for the opportunity to be part of this conversation, a small part of the release of this important book. So I am not an author. I had the benefit of reading the 3 chapters and thought I would reflect a little bit on some themes that I saw common to both what Beth and Checker produced, and use that as a way to actually talk about what I see missing from the chapter on K-12 education. While I agree with everything that is in it, it doesn't quite go far enough. So I really think there are 3 principles that underlie what Checker and Beth put forward with respect to early childhood and higher education that provide a solid foundation for a conservative approach to education to enhance social mobility. The first of those principles is an intense focus on results. You heard Checker talking about kindergarten readiness. You heard Beth focusing in on ROI. A second, and I'll just say how refreshing it is to be talking about outcomes. As Checker talked about, that has not been part of the political discourse around education or the policy discourse around education in recent years on either side of the aisle. And I think that creates an opportunity for conservatives to have a distinctive contribution to the conversation. Second is that government resources should be targeted on the most disadvantaged. And the third is that the government has an active role to play in promoting innovation in how we deliver educational services. So, Checker starts out, as you heard, by saying the job of early childhood education is kindergarten readiness, and government's job is to support families who can't accomplish that task on their own. This leads him to sort of emphasize cognitive development over more holistic or encompassing notions of child development, and to argue that early childhood education programming and funding should be targeted on the most disadvantaged. And in his view, Head Start is batting 500, right? It's targeted, it has that going for us, but it has traditionally had a very broad approach to thinking about how it serves children and their families. I think he's right that a shift is needed to establish common curricular standards and the like in Head Start and similar programs at the state level. I think the challenge is that in education, we often don't manage to do a sort of recalibration very well. We tend to swing pendulum from one extreme to another. You can see that in recent debates over the science of reading, emphasizing phonics at the expense of other important components of literacy instruction. That's one possible unintended consequence of the current conversation. And I think you can see the same thing potentially happening if we put forward a very narrow view of what early childhood education needs to accomplish in order for students to be ready to succeed. If you talk with teachers in elementary schools right now, dealing with students who had their early childhood education disrupted as a result of the pandemic, yes, they're behind on letter recognition, shape recognition, and the like, but they're also really struggling in social and behavioral ways as well. And I think we need to make sure that we sort of keep that need for balance in mind as we try to nudge the education system in a given direction. Beth and Preston, they acknowledge the many goals that we have for our higher education system and the students that it serves, but they really say from a policymaking perspective, we want to focus in on return on investment, and they establish this principle of do no harm, not just at the school level, but at the individual program level in terms of being eligible for federal aid. I think that's exactly the right principle. I appreciate how they resist the temptation to sort of use that in the notion of looking at return on investment to launch into a more comprehensive system of ranking universities from the top to the bottom, but really say we want to do the equivalent of sort of quality control at the bottom. They get to targeting in their chapter in a slightly different way than Checker. One of the dangers if you impose more accountability for results in higher education is that institutions will resist serving those who are most disadvantaged, who may be most challenging to serve well. And so they argue for additional cash grants, additional aid to be given to those students. And then they really pay attention to the value of tearing down the accreditation cartel and put forward some really interesting ideas to try to create more innovation in the higher ed space. So then with that as a background, let me say, sorry, the one thing that I've actually found most striking about Beth and Preston's chapter is that it's part of a chapter putting forward a conservative approach to education and social mobility. In my experience on Capitol Hill, only a decade or so ago, Republicans were broadly aligned against efforts to impose outcome-oriented regulation in the higher education system. They were very concerned with the imposition by the Obama administration of so-called gainful employment regulations. And there were certainly procedural questions about how that was done. But here you see Beth and Preston actually arguing for that basic logic to be extended not just to the for-profit and career-oriented programs, but actually across the education system writ large. And I think that's a positive development for conservative thinking. So then let me turn to Mike McShane's chapter on K-12 education, which, as you've all mentioned, sort of takes as its jumping off point all of the innovation we've seen in the wake of the pandemic. Homeschooling rates doubled from about 3% to 6%, and that seems to have persisted through the 23-24 academic year. Alongside the growth in homeschooling, you saw the emergence of very new school models, so-called micro schools serving multiple grades, but with a very small number of students, various forms of hybrid homeschooling or homeschooling co-ops that blur the lines between homeschooling and traditional schooling. We're poised for more growth in this type of experimentation thanks to the adoption of ESA programs by 13 states, 7 of them on a universal basis. And Mike is one of our, I would say, our most accomplished chronicler of these developments, and he certainly does a great job of it in the chapter. He sort of calls for the continued adoption of these funding policies, and equally important, pays attention to the need to deregulate in ways that allow for the types of innovation you see in microschooling to get off the ground, things like facilities regulations when you're serving kids that don't make sense with small numbers. My question is whether the very positive and optimistic picture that Mike paints of those developments, whether they together constitute an adequate sort of strategy for addressing social mobility more broadly. He doesn't, for example, talk about opportunities to target resources, perhaps sort of even within the construct of a universal ESA program. Could we provide larger education savings accounts for those families who are most in need of support? Absent from the chapter is really any discussion of attempts to monitor and regulate, provide incentives around the results that are generated from these innovations. And at least for those students who remain in the traditional public school system and for the foreseeable future, I think that will be a substantial number. I think we have a track record suggesting that paying attention to results produces positive outcomes when it comes to social mobility. And then, I think closely related to that is, what is our strategy for public school reform? As I just said, that system is going to be there for the foreseeable future, and I think we need to be engaging in that conversation as well.
Thank you very much, all three of you. I want to pick up from a couple of Marty's provocations here, which struck me too, and maybe start by asking you, especially Beth and Checker, whether your emphasis on measurement and outcomes is an indication that these priorities are coming back to our education debates, or are you screaming here against the wind and trying to defy the trends of our education debates? Because there is a feeling about those arguments that there's a kind of comfortable sense that we're back in a potentially cross-partisan, pre-cultural explosion kind of set of education debates. And it doesn't really feel like that's where we are, but is it your sense that there is a growing willingness to talk about measurement now and accountability, or are you calling for that because it's not happening?
I think in the higher ed space, there is a growing sense, and I think it's been enabled by two factors. One, the innovation of data availability during the Obama administration, whether conservatives wanted it or not, is you kind of can't put it away. So the information exists, and we can now document. My co-author Preston has done a lot of documenting what the variation in returns are across the programs. It's hard to look away once you've seen that. And so there is a sense that we could kind of believe that education was this magical thing before we opened up that can of worms, and now that's gone. We don't have that privilege anymore. And so I think that has kind of encouraged conservatives to engage, but I also think at the same time, there's been dramatic increases in spending on higher education. And so while I'm not typically one to be creating huge government oversight regimes and programs, the spending is already at very large scale, but there is an absence of oversight of that. And so I think what's happening is the accountability has not kept pace with spending. And so it's not so much a change in values or philosophy, but rather trying to even up the accountability with the spending that has kind of grown organically through a lot of incremental reform.
Checker, how do you think about this?
Well, I'm an accountability hawk, I guess, at all three levels of education, and I'm afraid I'm whistling into the wind, as I wrote 6 months or so ago in a journal that you know very well. I think accountability is in trouble in K-12. And to be blunt, I think Mike McShane's chapter adds to the trouble because it doesn't talk about outcomes, and it doesn't talk about even accountability for these new forms of education that I'm totally in favor of. But if we have no idea whether kids in those are learning anything, we could be dashing a lot of hopes, frustrating a lot of mobility aspirations, and wasting a lot of money. So I really do think that we need more emphasis on accountability at all three levels. In response to Marty's point about the preschool, though, let me add that the kindergarten readiness assessments that I was talking about earlier are not cognitive tests. They are checklists that teachers give 5-year-olds when they arrive in kindergarten that include social and emotional and other forms of readiness for school, not just cognitive. It includes cognitive. So I well recognize that being ready for school isn't entirely a cognitive thing, and that schools need to work on those other parts as well. They're a lot harder to assess, especially with instruments like tests and NAEP and so forth. With a teacher checklist, it's easier to assess, but those are complicated mechanisms to use beyond kindergarten readiness. Anyway, it is not coming back, Yuval, and that's a huge problem for the country, especially if we care about both equity on the one hand and opportunity, but also national prosperity and competition with China and stuff like that. If we pay no attention to whether people have learned anything in school or college, we look at PISA scores, for example, showing us not doing very well compared to a whole bunch of other countries. This is not good for the country, let alone for all the domestic policy objectives that we're trying to achieve.
Yeah, I don't have much to add on the K-12 front, except to say that accountability is certainly playing defense rather than offense at the moment, and has been for some time. I think some additional data that came to mind as I was reading Beth's chapter is that there sort of has been this sea change in views of higher education writ large. Are they contributing or not, especially among Republicans, but also among Democrats. Also declines in the share of people who see college as worth it for them or their child. You'll know the numbers better than I do, Beth, but I believe we've seen about a 10 percentage point decline in college enrollment rates in the past decade. And so I think it's really important that part of what Beth and Preston's proposal could do is actually restore confidence in the value of a higher education degree, which we know on average a college degree is worth it, but students aren't averages, and there's a lot of variation across degree programs, and there's a lot of risk associated with it not working out.
Maybe it's worth talking explicitly a little bit about the elephant in the room and some of that conversation, that education has become a cultural issue in a different way than it had been at the beginning of the 21st century, where until maybe the 20-teens, education was probably the least polarized of the domestic policy issues. The only place where there were genuine examples of bipartisan bargaining and accommodations. The state of the education debate now is just about the opposite. It's probably the most polarized of the domestic issues. And when people think about education, they think first and foremost about cultural questions. Maybe even about protecting their kids from schools as much as thinking about what schools can offer their kids. How do the kinds of arguments that you're making speak into that moment? How do you get people to think about school in a way that emphasizes accountability and achievement in a traditional sense? Do you have to say something to these cultural concerns, especially speaking to conservatives about education?
Well, I will say, and this is sort of in defense of Mike McShane, that the arguments for school choice do speak to the cultural arguments up to a point, because they enable people with different cultural values for what their kids should learn in school to pick different schools for their kids. And that doesn't produce social consensus or erase the cultural conflicts that you're talking about. But it does ameliorate the problem by giving families the ability to tailor their kids' education to some extent to their values and beliefs and priorities. I think that's a good thing. I also believe the kids need to learn reading and math, whichever school they go to, which is why we need those outcome measures that I was talking about earlier for all the schools, including the schools of choice. The biggest cultural issue in early childhood is whether the government should be educating my 4-year-old at all, or whether this should be left entirely to parents and families. It's not, early preschool is voluntary, as far as I know, everywhere in the country. It's available in a lot of places, but it's not ever compulsory. And indeed, kindergarten isn't usually compulsory. Compulsory usually starts at age 6, depends on the state and the state law. But you can sort of sidestep the cultural issue in preschool by just not sending your kid to school if you don't think the government should be educating your kid, or by sending him to a private school, or by using a preschool version of an ESA to pay for your kid to go to a private preschool program. Beth will have to speak to the cultural craziness that afflicts higher education.
Yeah, I mean, Beth, 10 years ago, if we were going to talk about higher ed policy, we would be talking about financing.
That's right.
Now we at least would have to say something about the cultural insanity. How do you get people to think about the kinds of questions that you're pointing to?
Well, it's funny. I mean, as an economist, you just make me very uncomfortable when you start making me talk about the cultural issues that we're facing. But I think there is a tie to the ideas of economic mobility that we're talking about. And this, again, this is pulling me outside of my economics hat for a moment. But I think that there is a real dissatisfaction people have had with the evolution of the increased enrollment in higher education. I think there was a sense that historically, people who had access to higher education were achieving a different class, a higher class. And when we talked about improving access to, across income distribution, the thought, I believe, was that people would all have the opportunity to be raised into this upper class. My sense is that we have seen the economic ROI that we have estimates of, but we have not seen higher education serving as that mechanism to a higher or more privileged class that I think was the implicit promise. One example we talk about with degree inflation all the time is that if you rent a car at Enterprise Car Rental, the person who hands you your keys now is required to have a bachelor's degree. I don't think that's the vision that people had of everyone having access to education after high school. So I think that there's a discontent about class issues when it comes to what we have been able to achieve through higher education. And I think that is part of what has invited the conflict about cultural issues on campuses. And maybe that's a roundabout way of getting there. But I think that it has fired up some of the discontent and elevated the debates that we are seeing.
Marty, you're in a place to have a broad view of our education debates. They've really changed. How do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, what's striking about the higher ed debate is how much it focuses on a handful of elite institutions, one of which I happen to be associated with. And I think there are very legitimate issues to debate about what's happening on those campuses as it relates to intellectual diversity, free speech, and open inquiry. And as well as how well and how consistently we respect student civil rights. And those are important policy issues. I think the broader conversation that Beth and Preston are trying to start is about American higher education writ large, of which those institutions represent a tiny component. And so I don't know how exactly you shift the focus back to what matters for the vast majority of Americans, what really matters for economic mobility, but that's certainly where we have to take the conversation.
One of the things that's most striking about Mike's chapter is the emphasis on how much COVID changed things. How much did COVID change things in education?
Well, I mean,
and maybe especially for those kids who most need help, which are our emphasis in the book.
A couple of thoughts here. One is that it seems very evident that one of the byproducts of the pandemic was more openness among policymakers to these very broad school choice programs, right? We had, as I mentioned, 13 states now have very broad education savings accounts in place. That's something that advocates had been working on for decades without seeing that type of spurt in activity, especially the shift towards universal programs rather than those that are targeted at low income or students with special needs. And so I think it's just, you look at the growth curve for the diffusion curve for those programs, it's pretty clear that the pandemic played a role. Now, what exactly did that look like? I think it was a sense of dissatisfaction with how well the public education system responded, but also a increased openness to different models of education, and that made the education savings account model, which allows you to unbundle educational services in a different way, made people open to that and see value in it. So I think the pandemic made a huge impact there. It also had an impact on student learning, right? The setbacks associated with the pandemic were quite dramatic, and we're about to have another round of NAEP results from late 2024 come out in early 2025. It'll be interesting to see how much, if at all, students have recovered. One of the things I've been trying to help people understand is that if students, after this setback, simply return to schools and resume learning at normal rates, we actually shouldn't see a recovery. We should see, them staying at that level. And so it mattered a lot for a generation of students and their levels of readiness.
So a third thing happened that's important to explain. In ways we had never seen before as a country, COVID made going to school optional for families. And it stayed that way, which is why attendance is down and why chronic absenteeism is up to a pandemic level, actually. And why people no longer seem to feel on the part of either kids or parents that school's a place where you have to be. Now you sort of go or you don't go, and you're absent or you're not, or you're present. And this has become an enormous challenge for schools. It's become a form of, I would say, total irresponsibility on the part of a lot of parents. And it's certainly broken the habit that kids were in for 100 years. That between the ages of roughly 6 and 17, about 180 days a year, about 6 hours each of those days, school is where you belong. We don't have that anymore.
Can I add one additional thought? Sorry, I just emphasized the setback from the pandemic, and I had wanted to also emphasize the fact, though, everything wasn't sort of trending in a positive direction in the decade leading up to the pandemic. So I mentioned the decline in college enrollment. Also, if you look at NAEP data on students in elementary and secondary schools, we had been stagnant or slightly declining for 10 years leading up to the pandemic. And while that stagnation was occurring, the top 10% of students was pulling way away from the bottom 10% of students. So really this fanning out of achievement that I think is quite concerning from a social mobility standpoint. And I do think the retreat of accountability is the most likely culprit for that pattern.
I'll build on something Marty just said. In the higher ed space, I think what COVID did was punctuated some trends that were already in place, especially the growing skepticism about the value of a college degree and the beginnings of the decline in enrollment. And one of the highly reported on dynamics during that period was some relatively privileged students attending expensive institutions. They had kind of been sold on this idea that, yes, you have to spend $50,000 a year to come be on our campus because we're creating this magical experience for you, and then sort of turned on a dime and said, oh, actually, you can keep paying us $50,000 a year, but you're going to do it from your bedroom at your parents' house, and it's all the same. And I think people really disliked that, and it turns out, I believe, of course, these things are impossible to measure, I believe that really punctuated the growth and skepticism that people had and said, well, what am I paying for, and where is the value coming from in this experience?
Checker, you started by noting a lack of interest and energy regarding education in our public debates in this presidential race. How do you understand that? How do you explain that? It does seem like neither side really has an education policy. The Biden administration has not really had any major platform on that front. What gives?
Each party has a sort of a platform, though they don't pay much attention to it. I mean, you can find the platform sections in the platforms, obviously, and you can find a big chapter in Project 2025 on education if you think that's a Republican platform or not. Seems to be mixed views on that topic.
It seems like no one's ever read it or heard of it. I don't know.
Well, I read the education chapter. I mean, broadly speaking, Republican policy leaders have gone in for school choice lately and not much else. And broadly speaking, Democratic policy leaders have gone in for what the teacher union wants and not much else. And if you, now there are additions to that. I mean, Biden has proposed universal pre-K, of course. And that's sort of part of the sort of standard Democratic litany. There's the huge fracas, as you know, over the student loan stuff, which really has been badly bungled. Whatever you think policy ought to be, this has been screwed up to a fare thee well. But there's no energy behind any of this, and the kind of and it's peculiar because the fact that there's also no consensus. You would think people would be trying to use this issue for political advantage, since their other party won't agree with them. Then why isn't there more energy behind it? There is, of course, as you noted a little while ago, Yuval, a few minutes ago, the kind of cultural arguments are hot and heavy in education, and those are being used by people for political advantage. Whether you're a DEI hawk on the one hand, or parents get to banish things they don't like from their kids' school library hawk on the other hand. Those are lively topics that governors or candidates running for election and will use, especially at the state and local school board level. Not so much at the national level. The national level has surprisingly little to do with the cultural stuff, except insofar as federal civil rights policy does affect issues like which bathroom can you go to in sixth grade. But I can't account for the loss of energy in substantive education policy. 2015 was the last major federal bipartisan education legislation, and that's 9 years ago. And that was a sort of bipartisan retreat from the bipartisanship of No Child Left Behind. But it nevertheless was a genuine bipartisan work. It was sort of the last accomplishment in education of Lamar Alexander, but just before he left the Senate, actually.
Marty, how do you think about this?
So, well, I think it's important to remind people that educational issues are often not front and center, in particular in presidential elections. And that some of what, I don't know, I experienced early in my career as a education policy scholar was the exception rather than the rule, and I have to remind myself of that. So the period from 2000 to 2010, I think, looks pretty unusual in the broader sweep of the history of federal politics. But I also think there's something else perhaps that's going on, which is a loss of faith among Americans in education as a way forward that translates into a lack of attention in policy debates. We mentioned sort of declining faith in the value of a college degree, but we also see fewer people going into teacher preparation programs. Again, when I was earlier in my career, really, if you were a young professional who was social impact minded, the very first place you thought of going was teaching through Teach for America or the New York City Teaching Fellows. And I think that's really changed, and that's created some challenges for K-12 schools. So I think there's something broader going on in the culture that we're seeing reflected in the often lack of conversation at the policy level.
Just a very slight disagreement. We had 4 consecutive education presidents. We had 2 Bushes, a Clinton, and an Obama. And all of them did a whole lot of activity in the education space. They talked about it a lot. They promoted legislation at the federal level. They gave speeches about it. They gave State of the Union addresses about it. 4 consecutive presidents. And then we've had 2, going on 3, that never talk about it.
In contrast, higher education policy has been front page news for several years now, and I sort of yearn for the days when it was not, because during those times we were having nuanced bipartisan conversations about the incremental reforms that needed to happen in order to make policy work better, and sometimes they were getting passed and quietly without much attention. And now at least the public discourse is completely dominated by what is like politically motivated rhetoric rather than actual policy solutions. So maybe it's just that higher education has taken all the thunder out of the conversation.
Well, I do want to open things up for questions in the room. As you think about your questions, let me pose one particular question to you, Marty, which Checker's chapter poses almost to you. He proposes extending NAEP earlier. Is NAEP for kindergartners or first graders a real prospect? Is it something that's talked about?
I have to put that proposal in context for you, which is that Checker also calls for 12th grade reading and math at the state level to be added to NAEP. He calls for history and civics at multiple grade levels at the national level and state by state.
I believe in accountability.
We have to, he has to tell me where in his rank order list of wish list this falls. Our current budget situation is not one in which we are actively contemplating adding a lot, and in fact, we're not able to do some of the tests that we are always that we aspire to do. So the short answer is that's not really an active conversation, and I personally would prioritize better assessment, more meaningful assessment in history and civics towards the end of students' careers rather than getting better data at the start. In a world of unlimited resources, I would of course be interested in that.
Let's take questions in the room. There'll be a microphone coming to you. We've addressed all questions. Let's start with Scott.
Great panel, everybody. And thank you for the excellent chapters, Checker and Beth, as well. Sort of a random question. From time to time, I'm really intrigued by different text message-based solutions that are related to education, ranging from, I think it used to be called Ready for K. I think they have a new name now. Essentially text messages for parents of kindergartners. And I think they've expanded to other grades now that are sort of texting little things like, when your kid takes a bath, like point to all the things that start with H in the tub, or little things like that have been pretty rigorously evaluated. I think for college and high school, there are things like reminders to apply, finish your college application, or text messages to parents in high school when their kids haven't finished their homework and things like that. I wonder if there's kind of if this holds promise as a more general behavioral science-based kind of approach that could move things at the margin at different educational levels.
Well, speaking as a grandparent, I never get those text messages these days. But you've opened an important can of worms, which is the non-school and technology-based alternatives to traditional schooling, and those are proliferating. And whether it's text messages to parents or the Khan Academy that you can access 24/7 to educate your own child with, or any number of other firms that are producing similar things available online, many valuable to homeschoolers, entire curricula you can get if you want to teach your kid at home. You can get a complete package curriculum, virtual charter schools, where you don't have to send your kid to school physically in order to send them to school, and incidentally have the government pay for it. So there's an enormous and AI on the horizon, amplifying all these things. So there's an enormous topic here, which is the ability to obtain, procure education without going to school or college, without going physically at least to school or college. And you mentioned one corner of it, I think, Scott. I think that deserves its own AEI book and its own panel for sure.
I mean, this kind of touches on something that is like a persistent frustration for me in higher education, and that's that the platforms that institutions are generally using are just so far behind what consumer technology is available in other service industries. And so, we talk about a bit in the chapter about, generating motive or opportunity for institutions to be more innovative. And I think these are the kind of things that could come from that, which is why I hope for that change in policy. And we do see, a few instances where that type of communication technology or consumer interface technology is working really well. Western Governors University is an online platform where they invest really heavily in communicating with students in the way that we communicate outside of the higher ed space, which is through technology and text messaging, and they see fantastic results. So it seems like one of those things that we know to be true, and the question is, how do you support institutions to invest in innovation that would get them up to speed with what the rest of the world is doing, or at least the private sector is doing?
I want to say one more thing. Some of these things we're just talking about might turn out to be bad for social mobility because they might depend on the parent engagement and the financial resources to obtain some of these things. And the fact that if you don't have the motivation or the family or the grandparent or the parent or some caregiver and a few dollars, there's a lot of them you can't get hold of, or the kid just wouldn't get hold of.
The only thing I would add, Scott, is I know less about where you started the question, which is in parents of young children. There's a lot of research that's been done on various text-based nudges in the upper high school and within college, sort of as a complement to college advising. And what I've seen, consistent with, I think, a lot of research on so-called behavioral nudges, is that the effects are pretty small, but they are very cheap, and so it seems worth doing, but not yet transformative. That's like my read of that space. And AI could change that.
You know, I would just add an anecdote on that point. My daughter's high school civics teacher recommended a Khan Academy thing at the beginning of this year, and I approached it ready to be dismissive and say, well, I'm a political scientist, this is nonsense.
No, it's good.
And the thing was wonderful. Yeah. It is absolutely wonderful. It's very well done, and it's not political. It treats a very, very contested space in a really impressive way. There's a Spanish language version of it, which I can't judge, but which seems like it's roughly the same. There's something there to work with. And I think the question that Checker raises is important. Is it really a way to help the kids we're talking about, the kids who most need help, or is it just a way to increase the advantage of the kids who already have the advantage? But there's certainly something there. Let's see more questions in the back, please.
Hi, Ed Dieterle. I have a question to the panel. You talked about the notion of changing of behavior. And I'm reminded of Bandura and his two enduring questions. If you want to change behavior, then people need to value it, and also people need to believe that they can be successful. So I wonder if the decrease in success that we observe in education today is really because young people and also their families are struggling with, do I value what I'm getting out of school if I show up? And do I believe I can be successful? And so I just wonder if the panel, thinking about early childhood education, K-12, and also higher ed, could just reflect on and respond to this notion of Bandura's two questions. Do I believe I can do it? Do I value it?
I think those are fair points. And I think something that I've observed is that we've been offering this conflicting messaging to young people about the value of higher education and their ability to succeed through it. And so I haven't thought about this previously, but just this thought that we're both at the same time celebrating higher education as the only pathway to the American dream, and at the same time saying anybody who borrowed to pay for it is necessarily some sort of victim of this system. And so, I do wonder if we're sending this message that you can't do it and that, it's not worth it. So implicitly that may be there.
There's a kind of corollary element of that in especially high school, which is essentially organized around a college prep curriculum. And yet only about half of young people ever get a college degree. And the other half are not terribly well served by a high school curriculum that is essentially college prep. And so we have a lot of talk about CTE education, technical education, what we used to call vocational education. But by and large, with some wonderful exceptions, by and large, our high schools aren't doing a very good job of that, nor serving those kids, nor giving them even very meaningful and productive pathways other than to the college that they're not going to go to and complete. So I think there's a significant challenge here for secondary education having to do with whether people value what it's giving them and what it's getting them ready for. And I'm sure that relates to whether they think they can do it. Because, can you do advanced algebra if you're headed in a direction that is never going to make any use of it at all?
Let's take another question up here.
So coming back to this idea of technology, but maybe more from the mobile device standpoint. In the past calendar year, there have been, steam picking up with bans on phones in schools, ranging from not being able to have them on person to limited to certain circumstances during the day. Surely part of that is a political response to people's frustrations, but is there a legitimate policy space for that in terms of schools and perhaps the effect it's having in the classroom? Is that a legitimate question that the policy world is starting to ask itself?
Absolutely. I can speak about this from my State Board of Education role. We're very interested in encouraging and supporting districts in adopting policies that restrict cell phone usage during the day. Can I say that's sort of evidence-based? Not in the sense that we have tons of experimental studies of schools implementing bans and showing that it improves things, but there's a wealth of evidence on the distraction and the challenges that the presence of devices creates for educators and students. And so I think it is a direction worth considering. I think it's one that would be easy to do in a way that doesn't accomplish a lot, which is to just adopt as a school rule, no one uses their phones, but then provide teachers no support in actually enforcing that policy, not backing them up, requiring them to monitor. So I think the schools that have seemed to be having some success in going in this direction, are investing in these Yonder pouches or similar ways to actually secure students' phones throughout the day. And it needs a comprehensive approach rather than just adding it as yet another thing for classroom teachers to be enforcing on their own.
One concern I have about this issue that I think is especially relevant in the context of this book project is the differential impact on students. The elimination of distraction, like the advantages there are quite obvious and apparent. I worry more about students who have jobs, who are working as caregivers for their family, not having access to their phones, and there being some disadvantage imposed on this group, which is likely already a more disadvantaged group to begin with. So I'm curious to see how this evolves, but I do think it'll be interesting to see some more rigorous research as we progress through the issue.
Schools should be making sophisticated use of technology in school. But that's not the same as kids playing with their own devices when they should be listening to the teacher.
Any final questions before we're here? Oh, I'm sorry, I just can't see you. There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry about that, hiding behind the podium over here. You all have spoken a lot to the ways in which we can get kids, especially from disadvantaged backgrounds, to learn the hard skills necessary to succeed in school and beyond. But one thing I think we've learned today is that it's not just the hard skills that are important, especially today, but also those soft, non-cognitive skills, both in terms of the educational experience, post-educational workforce life, and family life. So I'm curious if any of you could speak to the role that our educational institutions should play, ranging from early education to higher education, in promoting better social skills among particularly disadvantaged students, but also everyone.
For the case of higher education, I tend to say, the proof is in the pudding, and the pudding in this case is whether or not your wages justify the upfront cost you paid for your degree. I don't want anybody in Washington telling institutions how it is to develop the social skills and be able to make them succeed. I think the marketplace is the best opportunity for that to develop naturally. So, I think that's why Preston and I are endorsing a proposal that kind of eliminates the institutions that are perpetually producing bad outcomes and trying to, usher tax dollars to places that have a proven track record of success. And I think employers aren't just hiring people who have, quantitative skills or writing skills. They're hiring people with the range of skills that are necessary for success in the workforce.
As long as we're saying and not instead, I'm, of course, all for schools and colleges doing what they can to cultivate soft skills. There is a tendency in the education field to, as I think Marty said earlier, to go overboard on any new responsibility. Let's let social emotional health take the place of reading achievement, or not take the place, but it's more important than. And we have to also consider the limits of a 6-hour school day and how many things can you shoehorn into it, and the number of jobs that we frequently assign to schools, including a lot of things that have very little to do with either hard skills or soft skills, but have more to do with adult campaigns like drug concerns, just for example. But let's also face the fact that really good teachers have always cultivated a whole variety of soft skills in their students by the way they conduct their classrooms. That's how you get 4 kids to work together on a project, and then hold them all accountable for it. And if with any luck, make them all 4 talk about it, not just the smart one. Talk about the 4-person project. Really good teachers do this. We don't have enough really good teachers, which is yet another potential AEI book and panel.
Yeah, my thinking on this has been shaped a lot by my colleague at Harvard Kennedy School, Dave Deming, who's done a lot of great research talking about trends in the labor market and increasing returns to social skills alongside sort of technical skills, but really in particular jobs that demand both. And so, a lot of times the debate over this, especially among conservatives, takes the form of should schools do this or should they not? I think one way to think about what Checker just shared is that schools are inevitably shaping students' social and behavioral development through how they organize themselves as institutions. And I think given that they're inevitably going to be doing it, they should be thinking about that with those goals in mind. And I would think that would lead them not in the direction of thinking about, I don't know, distinctive curriculum totally separated from the academic endeavor, but something that's integrated and aimed at cultivating well-rounded students.
Well, join me in thanking our panelists and all of our panelists this afternoon.